Welcome, everyone. I'm going to chair this, gavel this meeting into order. This is the welcome to the August 4th regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission. I'm calling this to order at 6:05 p.m. Sorry for the lateness, but we've had a lot of last-minute comments which all needed to be addressed. Dina, can we start with a roll call, please?
Okay, Chair Doyle?
Here.
Vice Chair Dalton?
Here.
Commissioner Shaya? Got it, up here. And Commissioner Ryan?
Here. Commissioner
Let the record-
Prendergast will be absent this evening.
That's so I've heard. So let the record reflect. We have 4 of the sitting planning commissioners are present, with Commissioner Bob Prendergast absent. We begin each meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I hope you'll join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Anna, do we have any announcements this evening? I don't really have anything special other than, no? We start each meeting with oral communications, and these are topics that are not on tonight's agenda. And anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda should pull a white speaker slip, if you haven't already done so, and turn it in to our secretary, Dina. Now, there will be no comments or questions during oral communications. We cannot address the items, but we can hear what you have to say. Dina, did we get any oral communications this evening?
We do. We have 2 speakers. First up is Ellen Byrne, and following Ellen will be Scott Campbell.
Mic's not on yet. Can you handle that, Dina, or?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission Chair. I'm very disappointed that Mr. Pendergrass isn't here, because if there was anyone who could ask questions or whatever, I think he could probably do it. I'm here to acknowledge the very difficult, deliberative, quasi-judicial positions you hold. And unfortunately, I would like to say it appears that you often have to make these decisions blindfolded and with one arm tied behind your back. I don't think it's intentional all the time, but I think it happens. And the main reason I'm here is just a very short few examples of the relationship apparently between developers, the affordable housing issue, staff, possibly council. I was the one who wrote in for the May 26th meeting talking about the changing of rentals to condos at Fox Point, and we were assured, no, nothing's changed. Well, that's not true. On May the 5th, a pro forma was presented to both Chelsea and everyone else, and then it went to the city council, where they were asking for, and I had already calculated that they needed $400,000 from the city to try and make this tax-enabled thing happen, okay? And it's not like we're selling it to them for $1, okay? We have decided that that airspace is worth $90-some thousand a piece, but in order for it to be finished, we need to go out and get $400-some thousand a unit, which is what the people who would be buying it would be getting. So I'm just asking to make sure, first of all, follow the money, honey. You need to find out how it's going to actually work. As far as I can tell, almost all of these have been the result of the city getting the short end of the stick. When Mr. Goodson finally went back to get his final approval, it came up, well, actually, how did this go from being a senior housing development to a mixed housing development for everybody? The response was, well, we found out that, seniors didn't want to live alone. Well, no data was presented, and I don't know if that decision to go from senior to everyone even came before you. But I think it makes a big difference. But the bottom line is, if you have now set a precedent of going from apartments to condos, when is Mr. Goodson going to come? And when are the other developers going to show up to do that? If you say you're going to do something, do it. And you need all the facts and all the money. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Scott Campbell, followed by Brian Campbell.
Good evening, commissioners. I don't think I've been for the planning commissioner or planning commission in about 10 years. That was one of the original products dealing with toxins and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, on the way here, I was driving and I happened to pass Traffic and Mobility Commissioner June. She was on the sidewalk. She looked very happy walking her dogs with a group of friends on no sidewalk, a street with no sidewalks. This is a key point coming up later on tonight. I would like to remind the commission of the importance of tonight's meeting. This meeting is going to set a precedence for a group of large building projects coming up, particularly in the Leucadia district. We've got the Quail Gardens, Pereiras, La Casa Homes, La Casa Apartments, the Maria thing. This is going to be a big, huge thing next week. Yeah, whatever we decide tonight is going to be very important. So do your diligence and be very smart and prudent. There's no need to rush. No need at all. That's all I have for this section. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our last oral communications is Brian Campbell.
Hello. Oh, well, I'm having flashbacks of when we had oral communications till like 2:30 in the morning when this, the Clark, well, I guess it was called the Meyer proposal, was put on to the housing plan at the last minute, and that's why it was definitely failed. But why I'm coming up here right now is I have a really strong concern that our children and our community are breathing in pesticides from the dirt that is blowing all over these neighborhoods where the construction is being done. For example, at, I guess it's Quail Gardens and Leucadia Boulevard, that giant greenhouse, there's a 3-foot little retaining wall there. The wind is just howling and just blowing all the dirt. There's guaranteed pesticides there. I'll give you an example. Clark Avenue, Shea Homes Development, big controversy. There was an environmental assessment report done. They found dieldrin and all these organophosphates, organochlorides, not including heavy metals and the chemical fertilizers up to, so the dieldrin is like one of the most toxic ones. All of the organochlorides and organophosphates are not water soluble, so they just bioaccumulate. So they don't get washed away. They actually float on the surface. They're there all the time. They're in the dirt. And there was an independent environmental assessment report. They measured like pesticides down 4 times the level of the California, whatever the organization is, 4 times the level, up to 4.5 feet deep. And then they were supposed to dig all that up and bury it on site. It blew all over the whole neighborhood. I know of people, including myself, that have been very sick for the past 5 years. I recently had a provoked test that found organophosphates, and I've lost like $600,000 worth of wages, and my 5-year-old daughter has never seen her dad healthy. This is a very big impact. Have some control. At least make them put a 6-foot fence up. And you know, that Shea home site, it was just completely negligent of Tony Kranz to send that construction site directly across Leucadia Boulevard without an environmental assessment report. And right after all of these presentations, he hears all that. Now I'm sitting in here, and he's like, I want to I motion to send Shea Homes, construction across the street to start construction without environmental assessment. Can I get a second? Yeah, get a second. Boom, there they are. Digging up dirt, no fences, no environmental assessment report. Our kids are breathing in this stuff. Thank you.
That it?
That is it for all communications.
Thank you for your comments. As I mentioned, we're not able to discuss these, but certainly the items related to Clark will be discussed in a few minutes. Anna, do we have any changes to the published agenda?
No changes.
All right. Next on tonight's agenda, we're going to consider the items on our consent calendar. These items are considered non-controversial or routine in nature. All items are usually voted on collectively in a single motion without any staff presentation, public comment, or deliberation. However, if a member of the public or a commissioner has requested a consent item to be heard, the item will be removed from the consent calendar and given an individual hearing. Now, any items removed this way will be discussed immediately after this vote. So to pull an item from consent, a member of the public should pull a pink speaker slip. I don't know if we have anything super controversial here. Tonight's consent calendar is kind of full. It's 9 items. We've got the approval of minutes from June 16th, the approval of our minutes from June 29th, the approval of our minutes from May 31st, which is the joint native plant meeting. We have item 6D, which is the Vanden Boom residence, and staff is recommending approval. We have the item 6E, the Chevron Remodel. This will be continued till August 18th. We have the Asani Twin Home, which is a minor permit change, and staff is recommending approval for that as well. We also have the SB 9 implementation ordinance, which we have continued to August 18th as well. Does anyone have any interest in pulling any of these items? And
I did have a gentleman approach me regarding item 6D, the item Vandenboom residence on Sunset Drive, but he did not turn in a slip. So I don't see him anymore. I just want to make sure that he was taking
does
care
anyone
of
here
that.
want to pull this item?
Okay. Yeah, but he may have left. I don't see him. Just wanted to make sure.
Well, without anyone here, I'm going to ask, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar? Vice Chair Dalton,
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
and a second?
I'll second. I was not present, though, at the joint plant, native plant meeting.
Oh, yes. Can we make a note that Commissioner Ryan will be abstaining from item 6C?
Noted. Thank you.
In that case, can we move to a vote?
So the vote passes unanimously with Commissioner Prendergast being absent.
All right. Well, we move on next to our regular agenda, which I assume everyone's here for. We have only one item on the agenda this evening, and that is the Clark Avenue Apartments. And there's case numbers multi 4609-2021, Design Review Permit 4610-2021, Boundary Adjustment 4611-2021, and a, which one is that? Coastal Development Permit 4612-2021, and a Use Permit 5506-2022. The properties under discussion are located at 662, 672, and 682 Clark Avenue and 556 Union Street. This is a public hearing to consider a design review permit, minor use permit, boundary adjustment, and a coastal development permit for the demolition of 2 existing residences, greenhouses, accessory buildings, and the construction of a multifamily residential development consisting of 199 residential apartments that's broken down 159 market rate and 40 low income. And this will include private amenity, common open space, grading, landscape improvements, and the use of 1 temporary construction trailer. The consolidation of 4 lots into 1 legal lot, and to withdraw a previous minor use permit entitlement. These parcels are zoned predominantly, 3 of them are R5, 3 of them are R3, and all parcels are located within the R30 overlay zone, the Scenic Visual Corridor overlay zone, the Cultural Natural Resources overlay zone, and the coastal zone. Are there any disclosures from the commission? I have some. I mean, I'll point out, I've sat through I was present at the CPP meeting that was put out on Zoom, and I watched it again this week. I was actually at the site. I've been cruising through the neighborhood for the last couple of months, and I did a walkthrough on the site today just to refresh my memory. If nothing else, I think we're going to pass this over to our senior planner, Andrew Maynard, for a staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commission, and public. I'm Andrew Mayer, the Senior Planner, and we're going to present the Clark Avenue Apartments project. The site's located at 662, 672, 682 Clark and 556 Union. It's located between Puebla and Clark and Union Street, and it consists of 6 legal parcels. It's surrounded by a single-family residential to the north, east, and south. There's also a few commercial, nursery, and the pet hotel to the south, and Interstate 5 to the west. Some of the historical uses for the site are 2 existing residences and nursery uses. You can see in the pictures in the upper left is the Clark Avenue access, which currently exists. And on the upper right is the Union access, and then the 2 lower pictures are towards the middle portion of the property. So this is one of our housing element sites. All 6 parcels are part of the housing element, which allocates our regional housing needs assessment for the city of Encinitas. It was referred to as Site 8031, also known as the Meyer property. And the intent of it was for the developer to construct all parcels as multifamily residential with at least 195 dwelling units. That housing element cycle was certified by HCD on July 13th, 2021. The zoning for the property, it's all, as I indicated, all 6 parcels are within the residential 30 zoning, special study, scenic visual corridor, cultural natural resources, and coastal overlay zone. Overall, there's 4 discretionary permits. So there's a density bonus request, there's the design review permit, minor use permit modification, boundary adjustment, and ultimately the coastal development permit. The environmental determination, it's proposed as a by right project, with no subdivision proposed, and 20% of affordable units. The zoning, the upper 3 parcels are within the R5 zone, and then lower within R3, and again, all within the R30 overlay. The project's subject to the development standards of the Encinitas Municipal Code. It was also reviewed against state density bonus law and government code section 65913.4, which states that all local jurisdictions, the discretion on housing projects is limited to adopted objective design standards. The project includes the demolition of the 2 existing homes, greenhouses, and some accessory structures, includes the construction of 199 unit apartment buildings, and those include 159 market rate units, 40 low-income units, and 15, overall it's 15 residential buildings, and then 1 leasing building, and it also includes grading and landscape site improvements. As part of the initial request for the density bonus, so it is a density bonus application, but there's no proposed density bonus units. Overall, as I indicated, it's proposed 199 dwelling units. The applicant could elect to go to a 50% density bonus application, which could go up to 299 units, which the applicant has not elected to do. Overall includes 10 low affordable units, and those would be restricted for 55 years. And then it meets our inclusionary requirements, which would be 30 dwelling units, and those would be held in perpetuity. Overall, as you see on the exhibit, those units are scattered across the site, all within the different types, so the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. and then also on all the different floors. All the units have purposely been located away from the dwelling units directly on I-5. So as part of the density bonus requests, they can request incentives and waivers. There's no concessions or incentives being requested, even though they're allowed up to 4. And in terms of waivers, there's 6, and I'm actually going to modify that to 5, and I'll clarify that in my presentation. You can see those listed here. So the first waiver is for setbacks. The applicants demonstrated through all these waivers, there's a physical preclusion which would limit units, and therefore they can request the waivers. Over for the interior side yard setbacks, it's for buildings 1, 2, and 8. And then for the exterior setbacks, which are along the freeway, that'd be through buildings 9 through 12 and 14. This is one waiver that I just want to clarify for staff for removing this from the overall request. And the reason for that is so building 1, which you see in the orange and the red right here, and then building 8 and building 2, actually, there's property lines that cross through the middle of the building. But per the building code, section 706.1.1 for party walls, there's exceptions for the middle of the building where it wouldn't require fire safety walls, and it's exception 2 particularly, and the project is consistent with that. So staff would recommend just a condition that complies with its 7A construction. The next request is the landscape buffer, so the 15-foot buffer, and there's a request for that, and you can see the identified units that would be lost if the waiver is not granted. So the next one is the 3rd-story setback waiver, and that's for buildings 4, 5, 7, and 15. So for buildings 4 and 5 particularly, it eclipses just the proportion of those. The applicants, as part of that, they've done significant cut to kind of reduce the impact to the adjacent neighbors, and I'll talk about that more in the design review section. And then for buildings 7 and 15 towards the upper portion of the screen, they're not meeting the requirement because there's an access easement which will serve the single-family home, which is identified in the picture, and that setback would be taken from the interior edge of that, so it would run along this interior line right here. The last waiver is the facade wall plane. So that's mainly along the ones facing the freeway. A lot of it's along the smaller portions of the building. And particularly, they're not meeting the 5-foot offsets, and that's for 25% over the overall wall plane. Even with that, you can see in the pictures, they are doing significant offsetting of walls, architectural projections. There's significant landscaping and vines, another thing along the scenic corridor. Overall, the project is consistent with the R30 development standards, with the exception of the waivers that I identified. This particular site is one of the few that meets the height and story requirements for R30. Overall, the project does meet all of the parking per density bonus. Actually meets and exceeds those standards by 79 parking spaces. The applicant will will provide EV charging spaces as part of this project. They're also providing 10 bike parking spots, which are not required by code, but are conditioned and they agreed to. So access to the site, there's 2 locations. So one is Union Street, which will allow both ingress and egress. There's also Clark, which will be limited, so that'd be egress only onto Clark Avenue. It'll be gated, so they'd be restricted. That access still will allow fire access if they need to get to the site, but particularly it would be on Union Street. And I just want to identify, we've had a lot of comments about Puebla access, and that's proposed to remain closed. There was no proposal to ever open that up. So the overall traffic will generate 1,194 ADTs. Particularly General Plan Policy 1.3 allows development that results in LOS of E or F at an intersection if there's no alternatives that exist. An overriding public need can be demonstrated. The applicant's engineer, LOS Engineering, identified that these three key intersections, which would result in a E and a F. And there, as part of the EA, or the environmental assessment, these intersections were identified under these thresholds, so it is consistent with our environmental assessment. So along with that, the applicant still is providing public benefits. So as I indicated, the 40 affordable housing units, they're constructing public improvements on Union Street. They're contributing a fair share, which is not required for a DG pathway along Union Street, also bike lanes along Union Street, which extend from I-5 to Saxony. Additionally, they're proposing bike and pedestrian connections, so that'd be public access across the site down to Union Street. In the future, there's a potential pedestrian crossing that would go across Union Street, so that'd be a big benefit. So in terms of the design review permit, grading, I've kind of highlighted kind of the key areas where the major grading. So in the upper left, where you're seeing the blue, that's the cut. It's approximately almost 23 feet in height. As I mentioned, that's one of the third story setbacks. So they're reducing that height significantly where it wouldn't impact kind of those adjacent neighbors. And then fill is proposed more towards the freeway, which also enhance and act as a noise buffer. There are walls proposed over 6 feet in height, which require a design review. Those walls are all proposed to be planted, earth tone. The applicant, during the CPP process and other outreach, and they can expand on that if they want, they're proposing a vinyl tan fence along the easterly property line, which will help for privacy, and that's proposed 8 feet in height. The site's proposed with overall landscaping for the overall site. They're proposing 231 trees with a variety of shrubs, plants, ground cover, and as I indicated, vines on all the walls over 4 feet in height. Overall, it complies with all of the landscape design guidelines and also the parking and overall landscape requirements. It's also enhanced with enhanced entryways. There's crosswalks through the site and access overall as part of the overall design. As part of the overall landscape and spaces and open space, there's social spaces, so for walkways and green space, gathering spaces. There's a dog park located on the the northwest portion of the site. And then you can see pathways on the upper right picture. There's also a main community area with a pool and other facilities. Overall, the design review for the building has reviewed based on our objective design guidelines and is compliant with those. In this building, you're looking at buildings 1 and 8, which provide varying roof lines, building planes, accent colors, and many different elements for visual interest. You can see that's carried. This is the Union Street viewpoint with the entryways. There's some entryway signs, and then again, all the different offsetting. This is the view along the I-5 corridor. So again, significant kind of offsetting, all the different colors and materials, textures. There will be a significant amount of landscaping and with vines. There's a condition for bonding to ensure that this is maintained for at least 3 years and this grows and is maintained. And then these are some internal just images of the site as you're going through. This more towards the kind of south portion of the project. And then you can see in this photo, this is one of the main community areas. So it's got a pool, mailroom, community area. It's also got a gym and some other facilities. Next part of the project is the boundary adjustment. So as the chair alluded, this is for just the consolidation of 4 lots. It does not include all 6 legal lots. That portion, the lot 23 and 24, will remain in their exact configuration as they currently do today. The lower portion, which is highlighted in the green, will be consolidated into 1 legal lot. It complies with all the lot depth and width requirements, complies with setback requirements related to density bonus. The use permit modification, there's existing use permit 14183, and that is for an existing lawn care business on site. And really the purpose of the use permit is just to relinquish this. As part of the post-approval, if it gets approved, there would be a covenant that would be released. The coastal development permits the overall demolition of the work, the construction of the new buildings, also the temporary construction trailer, and is consistent with the city's local coastal program. There's a CPP held on June 10th, 2022. There's 78 members of the public. This is a virtual meeting while we're in the middle of COVID. You can see many of the issues raised in this section, and then there's also public correspondence that's been forwarded to the commission for consideration. Overall, the project completed the following technical studies. Those were reviewed by the city. Several were also reviewed by the county for concurrence. These were done for compliance with the environmental assessment and also for the general plan. Again, this is not subject to CEQA. So this is a by right project. Subject to Government Code Section 65583.2 H and I. Overall, it provides 20% of low-income affordable units. It does not require a subdivision, including the boundary adjustment. As part of that project, as part of that code section, the city can require a design review as part of the approval process, and it's exempt from CEQA. Overall, staff's recommendation is to adopt the draft resolution with the added condition for consideration of the commission. Overall, it's consistent with the general plan, our climate action plan, our design guidelines, and municipal code. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions of clarification for staff? Just go for it.
You mentioned that there were pedestrian and bike connectors through the site. Could you show a site plan where those are illustrated?
Excuse me, Chair. While Andrew's pulling that up, I believe there was an announcement.
There is an announcement, and let me pull this up. Excuse me, this is important. Tortilla Flats has a large Spanish-speaking population, and we've arranged tonight to have a Spanish translator on hand. Now, how does this work, Anna? So her name is Anna Nava, and there's a phone number and access code on the online agenda, and it's posted on the wall by the speaker slips there. Now, anyone who does need to call in and get this translation service should have your phone on mute here, otherwise you're going to get feedback. Should I announce this? This is, sorry, I don't speak Spanish. My little boy is part of the DLI program, though, at Puebla Central. Anyway, if you're listening, if this is broadcast on Zoom, is it not? Or online? Or people?
Yeah, it's streaming live, and the phone number and access code are on the agenda. And then if you are currently in the room, on either side of the wall, the blue sheet of paper you were able to dial in, put the code, and then listen to the translation.
Now, anyone who's watching this online, there's a number 425-436-6334. Again, 425-436-6334. And there's a code, 1651745. And this is, if you're online, you're right next to the agenda, and this is printed there. And I apologize for not announcing this earlier. I have, since I got the mic on, Andrew, the size of this project is 6.62 acres. Is that correct? Because it's listed at several places at 6.22, which I thought was.
Yeah, that's correct. It's 6.62, and then there's also dead acreage, but that's based on inclusionary requirements, slightly different.
Okay. I want to ask some questions about the public improvements on Union Street. Do you have a sheet you could show there? I'm looking at one of them. It's probably page 12 of the architectural plans. I'm just curious, because I know what part of this is we're conditioning improvements on Union, and they seem to be mostly going down to that little cul-de-sac that doesn't really perform much function. And I want to find out just what is proposed.
Yeah, give me just a second.
No worries.
And we have our our engineering department that can speak to those two as well. If this shows it, I can zoom in a little bit if need be.
So, correct me if I'm reading this wrong. This is like curb and gutter going down around the roundabout?
Correct. It would be a sidewalk widening. It'd also be the full extension of the cul-de-sac.
And these are the Union improvements that are specified in the proposal in front of us. Is that correct?
Correct. It would be the frontage improvements for the
That's-
project.
That's all I needed to clarify for right now. We can discuss this in depth later.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other questions? Chris? Sorry. So what I'm seeing the plans here is that you can see up at the top right is where people will be entering and exiting this project. And the improvements on Union Street go all the way down around the roundabout. There's a little sidewalk along that goes down halfway. I'm not sure what the black and white, oh wait, there's a retaining wall on the right side. And then I guess it goes all the way up and kind of curves in a little bit. So it's,
That's correct, yes.
so, don't worry, we'll have a chance to discuss this in further. I just wanted to ask questions that this was what I'm seeing in the plan. Anyone else? Steve?
Just to follow up on the bike and pedestrian links through the site, were those offered as a mitigation or a part of the override for the traffic issue?
It was definitely, access is proposed just to Puebla or to Clark as part of the project. There's a code section, but this is actually above and beyond that, where it would be full access across the site. The actual easement and kind of that path of travel, we'd work out through final construction documents, because there would have to be some type of easement placed across the property to allow that.
Based on the drawing you're showing, really there's no special bike path or pedestrian path. It's just the driveway you get to ride down.
Correct.
So, just to follow up from that, the dog park, Andrew and I did have a briefing this week, and we talked about the dog park and access to it and pedestrian access from Clark. And so it's my understanding that car traffic will be egress only at Clark, but there will be ingress and egress for pedestrians and bikes from Clark.
That's correct.
Also, the dog park would then be also open to other members of the community.
The park was not included as part of that. That could be a potential discussion with the applicant.
For the dog park?
Not for the dog park. It was really just access across the site to get to Union.
Okay. But the dog park could be something that could be discussed? Access to the dog park?
That could be a question for the developer.
Okay.
Did you say there's no ingress from Clark, or was I just reading that?
Correct. So it's egress only on Clark.
Andrew, I had one other question. Now, there's a lot, it's listed here as SFD, that little kind of corner taken out of the middle section. I know in an earlier plan, that was actually part of the Meyer proposal. There's an easement road that leads into that property. Is that going to remain as is? Is that going to be, I couldn't quite decipher the plans to find out if that was going to be improved or if that was going to be left as is.
So this upper portion you're talking about right here?
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, so-
along the north, or the east, the northeast.
So that would be improved, and then there also would be a access easement granted for that owner. That owner is not the applicant for this project. And that's conditioned as part of this project.
Excuse me, could you say that again?
So the granting of the access easement, it would be along this upper kind of eastern portion. That would be both improved, and then access would be granted for this property owner, which is not the applicant.
Cool, that was my understanding. I just wanted to make sure that was, because that's a pretty rough road. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve, go for it. This is the time.
Our buildings, I think they're 1 and 2 at the far north end of the site. Do those sit wholly on those separate lots that are not being consolidated? I mean, is there a lot line between say in that driveway between the two buildings, or do they straddle that lot line?
The buildings straddle the property line, so the property line goes approximately through the line right there, and it goes through over here too as well.
Okay, and are they not required to consolidate those if they put a building across the property line?
So they're not. So that was one of the building exceptions that they can meet through the party wall, which would also be reviewed through construction documents too, as well, to ensure that meets that exception.
Oh, I had a question about the buildings that are along the Interstate 5. So from the drawings, it looks like I think it's a 10-foot wall is only between the buildings. Is that correct? Can we go back to a picture? Or this one might work. So if we're looking at the buildings that are across Interstate 5, or maybe there's actually a picture.
You are correct. So there is 10-foot walls proposed between the buildings, and that's noise attenuation proposed as part of the project.
Okay. But there's no wall that goes across. Is there another wall then that goes across the entire frontage to the freeway, or no wall?
There are some walls, but they're retaining walls, resulting from the cut and fill proposed as part of the project.
Okay. So for the buildings that are along the interstate then, are there different requirements as far as window panes and noise reduction for those buildings?
Correct, and the project's conditioned for that in terms of decibels and other construction measures for those buildings directly adjacent to it. And probably a lot of the buildings on site just because of proximity to I-5.
Okay, and none of the low-income property rental units are along that part, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Susan?
I'm not sure of along Clark, is there a fence there? Is that the tan fence that you mentioned, the vinyl 8-foot fence?
So the tan fence would run along the easterly property line. So if you see Poinsettia Park right here, if you can see my cursor, it'd run along this property line and then go back and go across. So that would be the 8-foot tan fence, which is directly adjacent to Poinsettia Park.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And next to the other new development that went in, or just finished a couple of years ago, I guess, no? The 6-foot-high masonry wall, is that what I'm seeing there? Is that, I know there were some comments concerning, are they using the existing wall that's there? Because I think that development has a wall. Or how is that, how are they linking that up?
Let me just take a quick look at the landscape plans. You're talking about the frontage directly.
Right where it
here.
goes along
Yeah.
by Puebla,
Let me bring up the landscape plans.
their new,
So it appears an additional 6-foot tall masonry wall is proposed.
And so I have a couple more questions.
go for it.
So on the I-5 side, they can't actually, there's no walking or anything. That's a very small distance, or?
It's relatively small. There actually is portions with pedestrian pathways along that side of the project, between some of the retaining walls and some of the landscaping.
Okay, and then I have another question, which is about the no net loss finding. So originally, this parcel was to produce 195 affordable units, correct?
Correct.
And then the finding is based on the fact that we would have more and more upzoned parcels built eventually?
Correct. Plus, this project additionally is proposing above the 195 up to 199 units. I just want to clarify.
And-
Oh, go ahead.
Is there some reason why staff wouldn't want all of them to be affordable? Because at 992 square feet, they don't seem like they would be luxury apartments at that size, you know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't all of them be affordable?
In terms of staff, we don't have the authority to require the developer to do all affordable units. This is per state density bonus law and housing law.
Any more for now?
I do have another question. So I have a question about Clark Street, about other ideas that were looked at for traffic mitigation on Clark Street, because I do know it narrows. At one point, it was purposely narrowed for safe routes to school. And then one side's been improved with pop-out parking areas. And then at the south end of that, it is red curbed, but the other side is not red curbed. Is the other side, per the city, is that parking, street parking?
So it should be not parking, even though people do park on the east side of Clark Avenue, kind of where that section does narrow.
Okay, is it signed or red curbed to indicate that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So when they did the narrowing, is that when it was determined that it was supposed to be a no parking area?
Yeah,
Linear.
when they did the narrowing, it reduced the width where normally you'd have to have a 24-foot road and then 8 foot for parking. And I believe it's approximately 20 feet along that section. It varies a little bit.
Thank you.
I have another question. This might actually be directed at our attorney. I'm not really certain. So my understanding of state law was that anytime we have more than 4 lots conglomerated into a project, we're dealing with a subdivision. And subdivision has extra enhancement. CEQA usually gets involved. So this is 4 lots merged together into one, and then 2 other lots with buildings spanning them both. By what rationale is this not a subdivision? Anna?
Yes, so what the requirement is that you cannot consolidate more. It's either 4 or less, or 5 or more that is the trigger of whether or not you are a subdivision. So for this case, the consolidation is for only 4 lots. As mentioned in the presentation, 2 of the lots remain exactly as they are today, untouched. Therefore, the request is only for the 4 lots.
Okay. It feels like they should be, because the buildings span those lots. I mean, they're treating them as part of the overall project.
Yep. And this has been consistent across the board. This has been applied just recently on the Goodson project and other projects as well, where there was 4 lots consolidated, but 5 originally proposed.
Okay, well, we can hopefully discuss this a little further.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Feel we're pretty much ready for public comment, is that correct? I'm going to now open the public testimony. And to speak at this time, I still have my Zoom notes here. Please pull a pink speaker slip if you have not already, and I assume I see Dina's got a handful of them. You can submit a speaker slip up until the oral comment period is, or the public testimony is over. Dina, how many speakers do we have?
We have approximately 24.
24, okay. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Before I start with this, we are going to jump into the applicant presentation. Typically, we'll give them 10 minutes, and we will then open it up. I think there's just the only one item here. We're not going to have any adjustments to our public speaking time. Is the applicant here? Yes, there you are.
Good evening. Chair Doyle, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to appear tonight in person.
One moment. Dina,
which
could you set it
makes
for
the
10
night.
minutes?
Pardon me?
Just a question for I'm
Please, go
upping
ahead.
your time there. Thanks.
We're back on the clock? Thank you, sir. I'm Ken O'Neill. I'm a senior director with Weston National Group, and we're the owner of the Clark Avenue apartment site and the applicant rep. I'd like to thank staff at first, because I don't think this gets done enough, for tirelessly working with us over the last 18 months through COVID and some pretty remarkable staffing challenges that they faced that eventually has gotten us here tonight. Andrew just did a great job presenting the project. It was going to make my job a whole lot easier. So I'm going to try to get through my presentation as quickly as possible with 24 people who want to speak. I don't think anybody wants to hear me speak for too long. How do I manipulate these, Andrew? Left, right? There we go. I brought the team here with us tonight that's been working on this project for the last couple of years. We have our civil engineer, our architect, our traffic engineer, all here, able to answer any questions, technical questions that may arise. Western National Group has been in business now for over 60 years. We are a vertically integrated real estate services company, which is the fancy way to say that we do everything in-house. So we acquire sites, we build sites, and then we own our sites. We currently have 15,000 units that we own, manage and own over 25,000 units, and we're currently working on about 1,000 units in development. As long-term holders of properties, we are stakeholders in the community, and that's been part of our approach to this project, is to try to work with staff, with the community as much as possible, because we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for the long haul on this property. It's not as if we're going to entitle it and sell it, as some of the other sites have done, or build homes, sell them, and walk away. We need to live with the decisions that are made here as well. I think Andrew did a fine job describing the existing site. There's the Maldonado's nursery. Just north of that would be the landscape storage lot, and then 2 single-family residences. The site, again, bordered by Union Street on the south and Clark Street on the north. People have asked, we had 16 sites that were approved through the R30 process. Why this site in particular for us? We looked at a number of sites, and this one jumped out at us primarily for one reason, and that's the accessibility of the site. We have quick access, our residents do, to the 5 freeway, to Leucadia Boulevard and Encinitas Boulevard. It's not buried deep in a community where our residents and our impacts filter throughout the community to simply get to the freeway. We have a fully signalized intersection at Clark and Leucadia available to the project, and multiple points of access to Leucadia and Saxony, as we show here. Mentioned earlier, you'll notice that the access on Puebla ends before it gets to Saxony, and that is the Puebla Roadblock that we have discussed quite a bit with the community, and we have not made any recommendations for its removal yet. It continues to crop up that somehow we want to remove it. We have no interest in removing it. It doesn't appear in any of our studies or our reports to have it removed. The other benefit of the site is the buffers to the site, the natural buffers. We have the I-5 to the west. We have a huge park, takes about half the site, borders us on the east. We really only have about 2 residences in close proximity to us. The nearest home in Poinsettia Park is about 275 feet away from our property. The site is serviced with robust infrastructure, sort of the nerdy stuff. We've got plenty of sewer capacity, storm drain capacity, utility capacity. Everything we need to build and operate our project is already there and in place. As Andrew pointed out on the site plan, this is what we're here to talk about tonight. The project ingresses and egresses out of 2 points at Union and a single point of egress out onto Clark. We talked about that extensively. One of the community's concerns in the public outreach and the discussions was that we would effectively be turning into a bypass for this Puebla Park roadblock, that people who were previously cutting down Puebla to get to the Clark intersection would simply cut through our project and get through. So that is an egress-only site, egress-only exit with a gate. So we hope we've eliminated that concern. And I mentioned the buffers earlier, and the expression, good fences make good neighbors. So we've taken that a little step further. So we have these natural buffers, and then we've been really sensitive to the easement requirements and the setback requirements, pulling our buildings back from our neighbors as much as we possibly can. The result is 15 buildings on the site with 199 units, 95 one-bedroom units, 89 two-bedroom units, and 15 three-bedroom units. So about a 45-45-10 split, give or take. The site conforms completely to the R30 zoning, which requires a minimum of 166 units. And I think, as Andrew mentioned, the site was, there was a density bonus available to the site of 50%, which we did not avail ourselves of. There are 340 parking spaces on the site, with 251 having been allowed under density bonus. And for us, operationally, we look for 1 parking space per bedroom, plus a segment of guests, and that leaves us with, in this case, with 340 units. We have the 1 per bedroom plus 44 additional parking spaces. We elected to provide 20% affordable versus the inclusionary requirement for low-income rentals at 80% of AMI. The affordable units, as Andrew mentioned, are dispersed throughout the property. They represent the overall unit mix, so they're an equal match to the mix of market rate units. They have the same finishes as the market rate units. There's no difference in finishes. And I think as Commissioner Ryan asked, none of them are in the buildings along the 5 freeway. The amenities are fairly standard for a community of this size. There's a swim club and with a pool deck. There's a fitness center, mailroom with electronic parcel lockers. And the garden-style design of the project allows us, and Andrew pointed this out a little earlier, allows us to do some interesting things with our outdoor open space. So we have areas referred to as the deck, and he showed close-ups of these, the yard, and then the bark park along the, adjacent to the 5 freeway. On our elevations, these are not necessarily representative of the colors. I think Andrew had shown some better drawings earlier. This was part of our submittal package. We stayed within the height limitations of the R30 zoning, and I think we're the only project that's actually done that. There were some technical waivers involved, but overall, the project still stays well within the height restriction. That, again, was to minimize impacts to our neighbors adjacent to the site. The architectural aesthetic is a coastal cottage design. So there's minimal use of the southwestern stucco you generally see throughout our Southern California communities, and extensive use of board and batten, stone, and then window treatments with either louvers or shutters, all painted in a crisp white to offset against the colors that they may be backgrounded on. A better example of the colors, and unfortunately when you render this stuff in PDF, sometimes they don't pop as much as you want them to. The original inspiration for the color palette, the yellow, which you see in the middle there, was derived from pannikins to try to bring a central core Encinitas element into the project. And then the colorist went down the path of the blue, representing the sky, the ocean. There's a grayer color representing the sand. And then there's a light green representing the ocean at low tide. All, again, accented with deep, bright white trim. This is an updated view of the 5 freeway elevation, more from a view of as if you were in the car. The landscaping along the scenic corridor, it's heavily landscaped. We wanted to do something completely different. One thing that we found very unattractive on other freeway sites was the extensive use of broad, dead sound walls. What we tried to do here was use our buildings as actual sound walls, and where we have gaps between the buildings, we filled those with actual 10-foot sound wall. There's not much we could do with those. The sound attenuation, Commissioner Ryan, is designed to maintain the interior noise levels at or below the 45 CNEL that's required by code. And we already have an acoustic design and plan to accommodate that. I believe Andrew showed this slide already. This is a view looking in from Puebla. The shot of our swim club. Quick blow up of the swim club. I mentioned earlier kind of the communal gathering spaces of the basin, the decks, the yards, which we want to have as internal community gathering spaces. The bark park, which Andrew showed earlier. And then, thank you. We are here to answer questions. We're here to help in any way that we can. We're, because of COVID and staffing issues, we're months later than we had originally anticipated. These were difficult and unprecedented times for the staff. So we're here to respectfully request we receive a decision from the commission tonight. And I thank you for your time, and I'll yield.
Thanks. Before you go, do you know the average size of each unit here? I'm trying to get how big are?
Yeah, the average unit size is right about 1,000 square feet.
Okay. And that's, so the one bedrooms would be, what do you guess?
7 and change.
Okay, cool.
I have details I could share with you.
Yeah, I've gone over it all. I just wanted to double check on that.
Certainly.
Thanks. We'll call you back after public comments, okay?
Thank you, Chair.
We will now move to public comments, and public comments are limited to 3 minutes each. Do we have anyone with time donations?
We have one so far with a time
We have
donation.
one with a time donation. There's 24 of you. That's an hour and 20 minutes or so. We can do this. If you've got, if you're coming up to speak and you realize that the people before you have said everything they need to say, just, kind of agree and let's move on. We want to hear from everyone. We want to hear all your concerns, and let's fire it off.
All right. Our first speakers are Amy Bennett, followed by Sherry Armendariz, and then Charles Nixon.
And as you come up to the mic, if you could just, again, for the rest of us, tell us your name and then dive right in.
Right, and I have some, oh, good, you've got the slides. My name's Amy Bennett. I live on Del Rio. I've lived there for over 35 years maybe now, before Leucadia Boulevard went through. And thank you very much for having time for us tonight. What I want to share is my concerns, many of our neighbors' concerns about kind of the forgotten flats, Tortilla Flats, the streets Clark, La Mirada, Del Rio, Del Riego, Saxony, and Leucadia Boulevard are so heavily impacted by this. Next slide. Nope, you're too far. Second one is the flats. Back. There you go. I have just 9 points to make, which I'll show you some photographs of. This is the only housing project planned without in North County or in this Encinitas area without any main artery access for the housing. The hazards on Leucadia Boulevard are just getting worse and worse. Air quality continues to degrade. We have extremely narrow streets. One car on my street can only pass at a time. You have to stop and wave the other person through. There's really no safe access for pedestrians to get in and out of the flats. Very few sidewalks outside of the flats even. There's none in the flats except a little bit on Clark and slightly on Puebla. Saxony and Leucadia Boulevard are incredibly dangerous for pedestrians and bikes due to the number of accidents. There are no new traffic signals or sidewalks planned that I have seen in the flats. The history of the flats has been that there have been plans for safety for surrounding developments, but never anything within the flats. So there's never been, of course, an impact for Poinsettia or Saxony Village, Poinsettia Park, but we tend to get all of the impacts. And lastly, we've gotten very few alerts from the city about this. I really appreciate getting the one for this meeting. Thank you very much. Next slide. Okay, this is what I deal with on my walks quite frequently. I do a little loop, come back down on from the top of the hill on Leucadia Boulevard to Saxony. This is an accident where the car went in the yellow line right through the sidewalk, and then the car ended up going and hitting two lampposts and ending up on the other side of Saxony. There's been more than once where I have been 5 minutes behind a major accident like this that has crossed into the sidewalk, or in this case, both the sidewalk and the crosswalk. Next slide. This is the soot that is on the houses on Clark on Leucadia Boulevard near Clark. So unfortunately, this is just what you can see. I would agree that the chemical residue that that's going to come from the greenhouses is something that is very unknown. Next slide.
You're running out of time.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Last sentence to wrap it up.
Okay.
Actually,
Go ahead. This is just
Shut it down,
there's only
donation.
one-way traffic here. You can't. This is the street I live on. And last slide. I would just
I was
ask.
just told you have a time donation, so
Oh, great.
we're going to adjust your time up and keep going.
Okay. If you want to just go back one slide.
You wouldn't mind?
Okay, that's the street I live on. There's 30 school-age children on that street. There are no sidewalks on most of these streets, including ours. We've had a few pets killed, and I'm very frightened that the next one's going to be a child. The construction trucks that came through during the Clark, the earlier Clark development, it was horrific. They were extremely large, heavy trucks barreling through our neighborhood, and again, with single car access. So in prior years, my neighbor was hit by a car just walking to the store. Trying to get to the YMCA at night is pretty much impossible, or to walk across from our neighborhood up the hill from Puebla, almost impossible. And I am really excited that there's egress only on the Clark side, but what we see from the Puebla barrier, which is very much appreciated, is that people with their apps don't know that it's egress only, and then they're really angry when they get to the point where they have to turn around and they race out of one of our streets to get back to Leucadia Boulevard because they're late. So thank you very much. I hope you will consider not approving this project because of the safety and health concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Okay, next up we have, I'm sorry, Sheree, if I mispronounce your last name. We have Sheree, we have Charles Nixon, and following Charles will be Craig Sherman.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having all the neighbors here. Chris, are you our area's planning commissioner? I know there's a lot of people listening and maybe quite a few people here today. The people from Union Street, I don't think we quite really understand everything. We had a Zoom meeting, and it was the first thing that we had seen, this unbelievable thing that was happening to our little quiet cul-de-sac neighborhood. Not cul-de-sac, as a dead end. So I really don't, I think you're going to make a decision tonight based on your ideas, but it really hasn't been fair to Union Street or Clark Street the way that this has been done for a couple years, and I respect all the time and the effort and the money that they've put in, but I don't understand the whole concept of it all being done and all the money spent before the neighbors really get an impact of what's going on. So I really have a question. My one question from this whole thing today is, am I understanding correctly that there's only one way into this complex and it's on Union? Am I understanding that correctly? Yes. The only way into this huge complex is on Union Street, our little tiny Union Street from Saxony that has no access to the freeway. That's unbelievable to me. If nothing else, how could you possibly approve this plan and force our neighborhood? We are just a simple neighborhood with 3 businesses on it, already has a lot of traffic. Force us to be the only way into this property? That means all the construction trucks? For how many years is it going to take? What's the projected how long it's going to take to build this? 18 months. For 18 months, we are going to be the only way in for all those construction trucks? This is amazing. It blows my mind. So I want you to think about this, because you probably already made up your minds. But this is something that is unbelievable. If you don't live on our street and you don't have to live it, you would never think about it. But my husband walks our dogs every day at 6:30 in the morning, and he sees the traffic going to the pet hotels. They are busy. Going to the nursery that's busy. All of us that go back and forth to work, it's a very busy street. And we exit onto Saxony, where there are semi-trucks going and backing in. And I sent you pictures today. I sent everything late, so I bet you didn't even see my pictures. But there was a huge semi-truck backing into Leech Tag. Right at the corner of Union Street and Saxony is Leech Tag. The greenhouse is there. Their main access for the semi-trucks. They come almost daily, and they block Saxony. I can't even comprehend how we can have all these cars coming into Union Street, into that apartment complex. And the only exit is off Union and Clark, okay? And I don't want Clark to be upset with me because I'm complaining about one way in. They have a lot of problems over there. I can see why they don't want people coming in, but they are going to try to come in that side, and they are going to try to turn around, like the lady before me mentioned. It's huge. It's not a little thing. My last point is, how many people in this room, including you, know about the walkover bike-over bridge that's going to connect the 2 Union Streets across I-5? How many people know about that? 1 up here? How about the rest of you? Only 1, 2. The rest of you don't know about that? How many people out here? First I've heard of it. It is in the actual plan. I've been emailing Sandag, and it is the bike lane that come down Saxony. It's now going to turn up Union Street. There's going to be a walkover bike-over bridge across I-5 connecting the Union Streets down to the Coast Highway, where we just did finish the bridge underneath the tracks. So connecting the beach to Saxony Road. How in the world can we build a walkover bike-over bridge? The construction for that blows my mind. Right in front of the only entrance to this place. It's going to be right there. It's the dead-end street that we all bought our houses and rent our houses on Union because it's a dead-end street.
Can I ask you to?
So, I know I'm out of time.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay. Next we have Charles Nixon, followed by Craig Sherman, and then Cindy Cremona.
Yes, good evening. I am Charles Nixon. I live at 794 Clark Avenue. I'm here to talk about the lack of infrastructure that is going to provide the service for the construction operations. I've looked at just some overview of the plan, and I see that there's going to be 15 buildings. I called a lumber company and asked them how large is a semi-load of wood, and one semi-load will handle about 16,000 board feet of lumber. You're going to need 10 to 15 of those trucks just to handle the stud work, and I don't know what the floors are in between the buildings, and you're probably going to have 15 loads of concrete for the slab and the stem walls. As comparison, Shea Homes had about half that. Shea Homes was under construction. They had some problems, but they're under construction for about a year and a half. That traffic that was routed through the other streets of Tortilla Flats was brutal for them. The traffic that came up Clark was supposed to be empty, but a lot of times that wasn't the case. But I just can't imagine the route of construction into this site that's going to be longer, double the size of the Shea Home site. If it does come on Union, that Union Street is probably older than I am. So it doesn't have the H20 loading requirement that you would have with arterial and collector streets. It's going to fail, and then who pays for the improvements after it fails? Now you've got the new traffic from this site, your construction costs will double or triple, and you're working around the traffic. So if the city is interested and if this project goes through, the city needs to ante up. You need to go out there, somebody needs to do the due diligence to see what the street is built of, what it can handle, make some improvements ahead of time. I don't think Saxony's a lot better, and to funnel all that, I'm a civil engineer. I probably have built 100,000 spaces, surface parking spaces for Costco, 13 regional shopping centers. And it's very important that you not overload your future customers in that business. But in this case, you can't overload the streets that you're going to use to construct this thing. The city needs to get involved. The city engineer needs to determine what the upfront costs are going to be to improve these streets, because they're going to fail. You're going to get stress from these trucks, then you're going to get rupture and then failure. And there's only one other thing about the drainage. I live on Clark. We built a house 3 years ago through the city of Encinitas with the Coastal Commission, and it went well. We're required to have the equivalent of a 2-year storm for stormwater. And that amounted to about 1,000 gallons of storage for our lot. And we have a half-acre lot, or we have quarter-acre lot. This site is over 6 acres, which means 25 times as much stormwater on a 2-inch storm is required. I don't know where that's being held on the site. I didn't see anything in these site plans.
We'll discuss that, but if you could wrap it up.
Yeah. So the key on that is that I would think that if the city's interested in this, I haven't seen where the city's putting up an obligation or the developer to make the improvements. This project needs subdivision reviews. It has to go through all of the requirements that I would do as a civil engineer on other projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Craig Sherman, followed by Cindy Cremona and Susan Turney.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Craig Sherman. I was retained by the Clark Development Action Group, this community association concerned with the development here for a number of reasons. First of all, I was retained because it's a fairly complex equation with the by right development and try to meet the housing goals, but at the same time respect the communities and the development standards of the city and the environmental conditions to the extent possible. So the part of that problem and equation is that you don't have environmental review for the project, and so the public is left out. You don't have the complete vetting of these types of issues. One of them is a circulation and transportation issues that relate to this. That appears to be the elephant in the room. How are you getting in and out of here? How's it going to be safe for pedestrians and persons and cars when you can barely fit one car through there now, and we're adding the amount of traffic that is there? So we commissioned a traffic engineer to provide a report and opinion. Hopefully you got that attached to the comment letter we submitted yesterday. We also looked at the amount of air impacts and health impacts that the project will cause. So when you look at this project from a transportation, greenhouse gas, health and safety perspective, it's very significant, and it could be better. And without that environmental review, without the public involvement that you would have, this project isn't quite ready to go. The request here is that it go back to the drawing board. These things can be made better. It's the one basis, the primary basis that this commission and the city has to deny the project significant public health and safety standards. That's under the Housing Accountability Act and the Density Bonus Law. So you have that authority, and it's your calling, it's your purpose to review these projects. And you can see it here. You're hearing it from the public. You read it in our comment letter. It's not a transit-oriented development. It's going to increase vehicle miles traveled. Didn't even get that analysis because they didn't perform the CEQA analysis. And then the subdivision issue. This project would have and should have, as we've argued in our opposition paper, environmental review under CEQA, because it is subdividing and involving more than 4 lots. The fact that 2 lots are being cheated because where the property line is and calling it an exception, that doesn't fly. It's over the amount of lots that are being consolidated and merged and moved around. It's a subdivision, and you would perform CEQA and EIR analysis. Unfortunately, using the Goodson project as an example, where it's been done before, is not a good example, because in that project there were a number of lots, and one was pulled out and was called a remainder lot. So it created additional lot. They just didn't count it. But suffice it to say, that's being litigated. But that's a bad example for cheating the number of lots and calling it not a subdivision. So I appreciate your time and effort. Thanks for reading the comment letter. If you have any questions about the experts' opinions and the findings, but they're pretty straightforward, and they're numerous, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. We may call you back. Dina, let's try and queue up our speakers so we can.
Okay.
And if you're next in line, if you could come up closer to the front. There's a couple of handicap seats that are unused.
Okay.
Get yourself ready.
All right, let me here we have Cindy. I'm going to call the next 2 speakers, Susan Turney, followed by Cynthia Shea Palmer.
Cindy Cremona, Lucadia, candidate for mayor of Encinitas. Good evening, commissioners. The story of the Clark Avenue Apartments is something akin to a fairy tale with no one living happily ever after. The project calls for 199 units on 6 acres. It is one of 5 super dense housing element projects in Lucadia and one of 16 scattered throughout Encinitas. 15 stories without a happy ending. Clark Avenue, Quail Gardens Drive, Melba Road, Rancho Santa Fe Road, Manchester Avenue. Choose your neighborhood, and chances are the scene is set for another unhappy ending. Clark Avenue is my neighborhood. Multi-generational families live in many of the little houses, and many of them have ADUs. Parking is limited on those narrow streets. As a mature, working-class neighborhood, we were an easy target for a project that is long on concessions for the developer and short on diligence and safety considerations for existing residents. Imagine how we felt when leaders identified our neighborhoods for an apartment complex when other, more suitable locations were available. We felt besieged. We felt bullied. We felt like Cinderella faced with 2 mean stepsisters and a very wicked stepmother. Clark Avenue Apartments and 14 or 15 other supersized projects will come to symbolize our city's failure to meet state housing requirements for affordable housing. The huge Clark Avenue project reserves just 1 in 5 units for low-income tenants. 1 in 5. This paltry percentage of low-income units sets a common theme for 15 stories with unhappy endings. When Western National Properties ravages Clark Avenue, no Prince Charming will ride to our rescue. Deny this project, revisit affordable housing requirements, or burden our city with many more unhappy endings. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Susan Turney. Following Susan will be Cynthia Shaya Palmer, then Dr. Sanjun Sama.
Susan Turney, Leucadia. I just want to get on record that the Clark Street project is not a TOD or transit-oriented development. To qualify as one according to state law, the project would have to be within a quarter to half a mile of a transit center. In this case, that would be the downtown train station. And according to state law and previous statements made here by city staff, the distance is not measured as the crow flies, but rather as it walks. In other words, taking the streets as a pedestrian or vehicle would. In Encinitas, the closest transit center being the train station, that is 2.2 miles away from this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Cynthia Shaya Palmer, followed by Dr. Sanjun Sama, and then Sylvia Pizzoli.
Ready? Good evening. My name's Cynthia Shaya Palmer. Thanks for the time and letting us voice our concerns on the Clark Avenue apartments. I've lived in the neighborhood adjacent to Clark for about 30 years now, and I've been involved in this Clark site when it was first substituted for property L7 in May of 2018. And Commissioner Doyle, I know you were on the Planning Commission at that time too. Just 1 month later, it was approved for the ballot, and our neighborhood did come together, and we fought hard for that 1 month. We had petitions. We had a high participation in all of the meetings and showing the absurdity and the safety issues of plunking a development of this magnitude, and at that time it was 163 units. Now it's more than 20% higher, into an old residential neighborhood. So the developer also sent us, and I don't know if many of you know this, a cease and desist letter, and it freaked out our community because we just don't have those deep pockets, and it silenced many folks. Former recently fired Planning Commissioner Chair Bruce Ehlers and our former district rep Tasha Borner-Herroth said it was a bad and unsafe site back at that time and recommended denying it. During the Planning Commission meetings, and it's recorded, it was stated that L7 came off because that neighborhood had political clout. That's on record. My neighborhood, and you've heard the name here, called Tortilla Flats, appears to have no clout, even when there are several safety risks. We're a very diverse neighborhood, both socially and economically. Many of my neighbors are the original owners. They're elderly in their 90s. They walk the neighborhood, some of them. Many are minorities. Many are Spanish-only speakers. We were and we are a great target because we don't have deep pockets or connections. The properties were recently sold to Western National Group, an Orange County-based developer. So now the developer does have skin in the game. The residents, though, people here, we all have all the skin in the game and no power or say in what happens to our 80-year-old community. Ultimately, our future is in your hands. I implore you to do what's right, to represent our community and not an out-of-county developer that's very focused on profits, because they really don't have an interest or care in the community, our city or our neighbors. So with just a few minutes, just a few more seconds, our most critical requests: reduce the density dramatically while maintaining the 40 affordable units. Units should be owned instead of rented. Give people a chance for a path to ownership. Maintain the Puebla barrier. We've talked about that. Consider measures strongly to protect our parking. respond to the Traffic and Mobility Commission's letter. I'm very concerned that Prendergast isn't here because he wrote that letter collectively with the rest. And construction is huge. It's a huge deal, and that's something that needs to be discussed. So thank you for the time. I know I went over. Appreciate it.
Okay. Next, we have Dr. Sanjum Sama, followed by Sylvia Pizzoli. Following Sylvia will be George Arizabalga. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Sanjum Samag. I'm a board-certified orthopedic surgeon. I live on Union Street, and I'm the current co-chairman of the Division of Orthopedic Surgery at our local hospital, Scripps Memorial Hospital, Encinitas, up the street. In my practice, I treat patients from all walks of life in our community, from professional athletes to weekend warriors to people in this room to the elderly. I have also covered orthopedic trauma for the emergency room, where I see various injuries from accidents. Since I moved to Encinitas and began my practice in 2018, I've seen an increase in pedestrians and bicyclists being hit by cars each and every year. Two of the worst traumas that I see come through my hospital are people getting struck either on their bicycles or while walking by cars. And typically, these are not small accidents. I see bones sticking out of ankles, fractured shoulders, people coming in wheelchairs from fractured hips that are unable to walk, and I've treated all of these patients. Adding nearly 200 units to a location in our community, there are limited sidewalks, no throughfare for road access for cars, will result in increased injury to our local Encinitas community members. This is not a question of if one of our local loved ones will be killed or injured, it's a matter of when, given the current infrastructure that's being proposed. There'll be more memorials like the one on Leucadia Boulevard, where the bicyclist was being struck by a vehicle. Our already busy hospital system will be further clogged with emergency room visits, hospital admissions, and unnecessary surgeries that could have been prevented. I understand the need for affordable housing in Encinitas, but this location with no pedestrian, bicycle, or car throughfare with limited sidewalks will result in further injuries, fatalities, and will add a burden to our already extremely busy local hospital. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next up is Sylvia Pizzoli, followed by George Arizabalga. Did I do good? Okay. And then we have Jean Chapo.
Thank you, Commissioners, for this time for us to hear us speak on behalf of our neighborhood. My name is Sylvia Pizzoli. I grew up in where
Pull the
we
mic
know
down
it as
just a little bit, Sylvia. You got it.
lovingly as Tortilla Flats. That's my neighborhood where I grew up. This is the neighborhood that's going to be impacted negatively, greatly by this apartment complex. The purpose of this communication is to make sure that you are aware of the insufficient communications that our community received regarding this project and the increased traffic that is not appropriate for the width of the old neighborhood streets. Regarding communications from the city or the developer to the community with information and announcements for this project, none were issued in Spanish. We have a large population of Spanish speakers, and there was no communication. None of the Spanish-speaking residents that I spoke with, and many who are long-term residents like my parents and many of our neighbors, all confirmed that they did not receive opportunities to view the presentation or have input in this project in Spanish. The importance of this fact is that not everyone with vested interest in this project were communicated with properly, and therefore their important voices, comments, and concerns were not heard. Latino neighbors feel completely disregarded and marginalized. And of course, a lot of that's already been said, that we all feel the pain if these apartment complexes go through. One thing that you should know is that that neighborhood is a workhorse that contributes to the ADU low-income units already. There are many ADU units that have been previously built that are already low income, and 4 of them are going in as we speak, are being built out on Clark. We have a parking problem already, so that if we're talking about, adding the apartment the Clark apartments, What I heard tonight was that there are 340 parking spaces provided. But when you do the numbers and you think about where families want to live, they're not going to want to live there. Families with kids are not going to want to live by the freeway, and especially with Ms. Ryan, you asked if the walls were going to be continuous, and the answer was no. So who wants their kids to be breathing the beautiful freeway air? No, they're going to want to live in the other complexes that are being built out, the ones at the top of Leucadia Boulevard in Saxony, the other one down the street, Sunshine Gardens, all of those. Those are going to be great for families. Families are not going to want to move in to the ones next to the freeway with kids. What I hear is that a 3-bedroom apartment can easily have 4 or 5 cars for adults to each of those apartments. So when there is no parking for that complex, they are going to spill into our neighborhood, and our grievances will fall on deaf ears. So please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Next up, we have George A., followed by Jean Chapo and Eugenia Welch.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Arizabalaga. I'm here with my wife. We have 2 kids, 9 and 10 years old. We live on Del Rio Avenue, very close to the corner of Del Rio and Puebla. I was happy to hear that they're not planning on removing the Puebla Street barricade, because that's what I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to emphasize the importance that remains the case. There is no room. I mean, there's no room on Del Rio for basically parking or anything. I was driving during trash day, and this is very typical. You have a trash truck, and I had to park in between a bunch of parked cars pulling over, waiting about 3 or 4 minutes for them to finish, and it caused a little bit of a traffic jam, and that's a regular occurrence during traffic hours. We have a ton of kids that live on Del Rio, my kids included. We don't have any sidewalks, so when the kids want to play at their friend's house down the street, they have to walk down the middle of the street. So with the barricade in place, it's a problem. But now our legitimate concern is that during traffic hours, you have commuters that are going to be traveling east on Leucadia Boulevard, going towards Saxony South, and when they get stuck at that red light, they're going to ultimately cut through Del Rio, Del Riego, La Mirada. They're going to cut down those streets in a hurry, and we're just terrified that something terrible is going to happen. And we just want to ensure the importance that that barricade remains in place, because you have the power to prevent a tragedy from occurring. So thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have Jean Chapo, followed by Eugenia Welch and Christy Clark.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I learned something tonight I didn't know about, and that was that ingress and egress was going to be on Union Street only, and that egress was only going to be viable for Clark Avenue. So first, I'm insulted that we're calling this the Clark Avenue Apartments. It ought to be the Union Street Apartments. Also noted when I looked at the grading plan, there are slopes without question over 10% and 25%. So we have steep slope in the grading without any waiver being asked for or any open space dedication being drawn. I'm a little bit concerned about Union Street. I hear of no improvements. I did see a little something about maybe a DG bike path on one side of the street or something, but no additional improvements. Now, Union Street is a paved street, 16 feet wide to 22 feet wide, very narrow. And we have parking on both sides of the street. No improvements, and there's no real improvements at the intersection of Saxony and Union Street. That intersection is going to be absolutely horrible, horrible. It's bad now when you get out because you can't see one way or the other. And with an additional 200 units and the number of additional cars, it's going to be absolutely sensational. So, I think that you've got to consider that you've got two streets that are involved here. Clark Street, which is an improved street with curbs. We don't have any curbs on Union Street. It's just an absolute asphalt street. And it's a signalized intersection. And yet, there'll be no potential for anyone to come to the site through Clark, only egress. Now, I'm just dumbfounded. I came this evening because I wanted to talk to you about One Channel Islands. 10 years ago, when we approved One Channel Islands, we split that project of 65 houses into two pieces. And we allowed half of them to go to Saxony and half of them to go to Quail Gardens Drive. We split the project in two pieces. This is the perfect project to do exactly the same thing. We have access for emergency vehicles and apparatus through the center of that project. And by doing that with a project like this, we're going to help mitigate the traffic and help mitigate the number of cars. That's what I was prepared to come to speak on, but you kind of beat me to the punch by saying, well, we don't have any egress on Clark, or access from Clark. That kind of development is something I think you need to take a good look at, because traffic on two tiny little streets without proper mitigation, within intersections that are going to fail, is going to be a huge problem. I understand how we got here. I understand people have spoken before about L7, et cetera, and David Meyer and how we ended up with this property as one of our 15 possible sites. It's not a good one. We were told by the city very early in the housing element, and I'm finishing just now, very early in the housing element negotiations that no properties would be put in residential neighborhoods. Direct quote from our mayor. Thank you.
We have Eugenia Welch, followed by Christy Clark, and then Catherine Graber.
Sorry, I didn't want to miss my time. I'm Eugenia Welch. I've lived in Leucadia for 25 years. Our house is on the corner of Clark and Puebla, so directly across from the exit from the apartment complex, as well as being across the street from the Shaya development that is on Clark. The traffic on the corner of Clark and Puebla has always been problematic. In years past, and not actually all the time, cars come down that corner so fast, they don't realize it's such a sharp turn. Cars used to go through the wall to the Poinsettia Park development on a regular basis. There are now ballards there to prevent that from happening any further. But yet when the Shea property project happened, instead of keeping, it was sort of a wider turn at the bottom of Clark, it was made more narrow. So it's an even sharper turn now. That's a big issue for us. I can't let my son ride his bike out of our driveway because it's not safe. During the construction, there were days I couldn't get out of my driveway. I would have to sit there and wait to be allowed to get out of my driveway to go to work in the morning. Traffic would be backed up all the way to the corner, and that was only 13 homes. I'm concerned about the traffic issue for the proposed constructions. When the builders held their Zoom listening sessions, they gave us an email address and said to send in all of our concerns. They'd be happy to ease our minds. I sent an email on April 19th with pictures and a map and a list of questions, and I've yet to get an email back. That does not bode well for the relationship they're going to have with our community. On July 20th this year, I sent an email to the city, or through the My Encinitas app, a request because the cars coming out of Adelaide Circle, which is the new Shea Holmes Street, they don't stop. There's no stop sign there. They pull straight out into traffic. I've had to slam on my brakes to not get hit. When I sent that to the city told me in a response that the issue's closed because Adelaide is a private street and they have no authority to put a stop sign there. So that leads me to believe that once these things are built, the city sort of wipes their hands of it and they just move on. So I'm really concerned. I don't consider that issue closed. As has been said, we have more kids, more people on bikes, more people walking around than ever before. Cars are just pulling out, and I'm afraid somebody's going to get really hurt. I also really have a problem with the fact that they don't have to merge their lots for this property. When we 3 years ago wanted to get a permit to add about 400 square feet to our house, we had to pay for a full survey and merge our lots to be able to add that. So I have a real problem with not being held to the same standard.
Ms. Wells, Ms. Wells, can we get her back? Ms. Wells, come on back for a sec. Sorry to interrupt. So you live, your house is the corner lot.
Yeah,
the one,
if you put up any
the
of
one
those
with the little
maps, I can
DG
show you which
path
one it
going
is.
around the bend. Is that the one? There's like,
Yes.
you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, the
So
I
it's like
didn't
that-
hear what you said.
It's like sidewalks on one side, but the DG path.
Yep.
When was that put in? Do you remember?
The DG path?
Well, you know, the little sidewalks and that little bit
The
of.
sidewalks were put
Shea
in
put
right
that
about
in.
the time, no, the city put it in. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Put in probably in the 90s.
Okay, so there was a goat path there
No,
originally.
the sidewalks, no, the sidewalks weren't put in the 90s, because we didn't live there in the 90s. The sidewalks were put in much more recently. Maybe like 2000, yeah.
That's,
I've lived there a long time.
that's all I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Thanks a bunch.
Yep.
Okay, next is Christy Clark, followed by Catherine Graber, and then Scott Campbell.
Hi, I'm Christy Clark, Encinitas resident. I own a home on Clark Avenue. And obviously, all the little tiny streets, everybody already knows about them. The one thing I wanted to add to that, again, was the multifamilies living there, the ADUs that have been approved by the city of Encinitas without parking off-street. So you have just exacerbated the issue of the lack of space for people to park because they've turned their garages into living spaces for their families or for additional income to maintain their homes. And all of those residents have had to park on the streets. Putting a garbage can out on a Sunday night is a knock on the neighbor's door, ask, could you have your friend or your other person move the car so that I can get my garbage cans up on the curb for the city, because I can't put them in front of my driveway. I wouldn't be able to leave the house. The concern I have with the egress only from Clark, does that mean if I don't want to have to get stuck at Leucadia and Saxony? Because if you approach that intersection headed north, there's no place to make a right-hand turn to go on Leucadia Boulevard down to Encinitas, or and it is such a narrow little street right there, even on Saxony. Now, can I come on Union and go through and because the apartments, and because it's egress and it's gate, is there an automatic signal that just opens that door, or do I have to be a resident of the community to get that gate to open to let me out? Because otherwise, you're just going to have everybody who's coming down Saxony is going to turn on Union, and they're not even coming in to live in the place. They're just going to come through there because Puebla is blocked. So all you've done is created another path. The little DG sidewalks. Encinitas is notorious, Olivenhain is notorious for putting in little segments that go nowhere. So I'm not going to ride my bike down Clark Avenue. Are you putting a Sharrow on there? And then I'm going to get on this little DG path and ride through. And then I'm going to get on Union and get a DG path. And then I'm going to get on Saxony. And I'm not going to ride my bike on Saxony. You can't see anybody on Saxony. And it's just, you just keep sending these bicycles and pedestrians to places where they can't get out of the way of ginormous cars that are in a hurry to always get somewhere, because we're not pedestrian friendly through any part of Tortilla Flats except the people who live there who know they need to move slowly to avoid the children, the elderly, the pets, the people coming out of their driveways because you can't see them all because they're edging out to make sure they aren't going to get their front ends hit or their back ends because they're trying to back out. It's just it's a little nightmare unless you know the streets really well and the people who live there, your neighbors, and you're looking out for them. Otherwise, he's in and out of that apartment complex is terrible. The housing element, Encinitas was sold a big giant crock of terrible. These aren't affordable housing. We got to build 7,500 homes to get 1,500 that were supposed to be affordable. So. I can.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Catherine Graber. Following Catherine is Scott Campbell and Jennifer Hewitson.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Graber. I live on Clark Avenue. I'm pretty much just have the same things to say. This is ridiculous. There's no way that this can work with the traffic that there is. And the other issue that I have is the air quality testing. I read that it's done at places in Del Mar and Camp Pendleton. So how exactly are they testing the air quality of the construction during this process? Does anybody know? No. That's about it. I just am very opposed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Scott Campbell. Following Scott is Jennifer Hewitson, and then Mike Grudek.
Okay, well, we're waiting for my PowerPoint show. I'd really appreciate you skipping the additional items that are probably weren't going to be contested. And let's take a quick survey. Let's see a show of hands of who in this room lives in Leucadia. Yeah, that's what I thought. Exactly. Okay, so waiting. I asked the council or the commission to delay this application due to errors and omissions in the report, particularly violations of the general plan. I don't have much to talk about with my thing, because I'll keep going.
Can we pause really quick? I'm so sorry. Do you have a PowerPoint
Yes, I
presentation?
do. I'm waiting for it to pop up.
Do we have it or do we not have
This
it?
neighborhood is a multi-generational neighborhood.
We've
Scott,
paused the time.
Hold off for a minute.
We've
We'll-
paused the
we'll
time
sort
for
it
you?
out.
Yeah.
We don't. Who'd you provide the PowerPoint to?
Yeah, so this multi-generational neighborhood, they already got hammered. Leucadia Boulevard went through. And now they're getting hammered again. This is a loss of equity. Blake Spear would not be happy. The mayor would not be happy about this. One of the things about parking stalls, I do appreciate the extra parking. That is nice. Is there any way to prevent people from using those parking stalls as storage, and then they're going to be parking on Union Street or Clark Avenue? That's a good question, isn't it? Some of the parking on Clark Avenue is due to the recent development and these hideous parking stalls with utility boxes in the middle of the road, like these one-car parking stalls. That's a ridiculous thing. These are things that you should be thinking about in the future. Oh, great, Encinitas Citizen Review Panel, thank you. Can I reset my time now?
Sorry, you chose to keep speaking. We were pausing it for you. So if you can continue, and we'll let the chair decide how much longer we can give you. Thank you.
I do remind you that I did give you a minute and a half on my earlier talk. Okay, can we go to the next page?
Dina, can we add
Maybe I
a
can.
minute to this?
It sounds like he has a time donation as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's from
Okay, thank
Elva
you.
Rodriguez. If you
Okay,
would
so I
like to-
did a tally of written letters to the commission, and those are results. Interesting is the toxins. That was very underrepresented in this report. The Leucadia project had this Deldrin. These things have been greenhouses for a long time. It's not very addressed. Also, bad math. Some of these letters accused bad math, and we're going to talk about that. Lawfare also by the proponents. The next page, please. Okay, so these are specific cases of violation of the general use plan. This does nothing to contribute to commercial, light industrial, recreation, or open space. In fact, it degrades the existing uses of those by more people. Policy 6.5, the level of service is already D, E, and F. E and F, particularly at the freeway interchanges, there's no provisions for improving this. It says don't do it. I don't think apartments is, there's a key word here, critical need or something. I didn't use that down. Very large buildings. Okay, we're complying with standards. That's a really weak excuse. Next page, please. Here we go, policy 1.3, prohibit development at level of service E or F. It's right next to the two worst intersections in the whole city. It's gonna exacerbate this. Roadways must be constructed to city standards. Are they still gonna be city standards after all the truck traffic? At 4 per hour for 8 hours a day for 12 months? I'd like to see those engineers, man, they're good. And policy 4.1, talk about better balance of cars versus autos and trucks and all this stuff. What does better balance mean? That's a poorly defined word. We need objective responses. That's a key word. These residents are not gonna be biking and walking, not even to get food. They're gonna be using vehicles, whether electric or gas or some other form of new driving we don't know about yet. This is part of the level of service. Next page, please. More general plan non-compliance. The noise, there's a lot of talk about the noise interior to the buildings. That's great. What about the noise on Clark Avenue? All it takes is one Harley to ruin the whole neighborhood. How can we prevent that? It's ridiculous. Next page, please. Yeah, this is some, yeah, we can catch some good stuff. The city planning element from 1995, is that really what we're relying on here for road use? We need to update this thing ASAP. I mean, in this 2002 county, I mean, is this data relevant at this point? I don't think so. And also, this development and their analysis is only looking at their current development. They're not looking at it in the greater good, or however you want to think about it. All these other huge developments are like 1,000+ units just in Leucadia. How are the effects going to be on Orpheus Avenue as a cut through to get to the coast? Next page. The projected daily trips. This is what's really interesting. 49.7 trips per hour if you do their math. Well, the peak is 95. So wait a minute, how can the peak only be barely twice as much as it averaged over 24 hours? I mean, we got 11, 12, the math is bad. The math is terrible bad. Just for this alone, you should reject this application and delay it. Next page, please. These are some very detailed statistics, and there's so many on here. I didn't have time. This is a 733-page document, and there's 15 other documents at 500 pages apiece. That's 5,000 pages with less than a week to review. This is pretty unfair, dudes. Pretty unfair, but we're smart, and we're not dumb, and we're going for it. I wish Morris was here. He'd be all over this stuff. And that's, again, D and E and F ratings. Next page.
Out of time, Scott.
The freeway analysis, this is another reason to delay this. The analysis is based on outdated data, and based on the previous slide and these numbers here, it doesn't add up. We need better math. I'll stop here, but I'm willing to keep going if you're willing to hear more. I think I have 1 or 2 more pages.
We've got a lot of people waiting in line.
Okay,
Scott.
thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, next is Jennifer Hewitson, followed by Mike Grudek, and then we have Charles Baltera.
Hello, Planning Commission. Thank you for doing this very tough work. I just want to say that first. Jennifer Hewitson, Wotan Drive. The Clark Street project is not in my neighborhood, but it is part of my community and it affects my city. I grew up with a friend who lived on Puebla when it was a dirt road. We rode horses all over town. I know we're not going back to those days. I also know that when more housing is needed, even by right does not mean the right to abuse existing neighborhoods without consideration for quality of life. Plopping down a 199-unit apartment complex into a quiet old neighborhood with narrow roads, no direct access to a major street, makes no sense. The main issue is that each high-density project approved in Encinitas sets a precedence. It sends a message. If developers get away with inadequate parking, misleading reports, claims that they can't build a project unless they get all the waivers, regardless of how damaging they are to communities, this reverberates, and the next project gets away with even less consideration for our city's health. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. We have all seen the terrible results of density in other cities. Orange County, LA County, take a look. That's where we are headed, thanks to these people. No insult, I don't know you, but this is it. This is the problem. And there's a lot of money to be made. Sorry. We should expect more from these designers, despite the state mandating our destruction with unreasonable laws. I hope you will deny this project. Please require reduction of mass and numbers, ample parking, improvements on surrounding streets for safety, and require open space and trees. Can you say environmental justice? Encinitas can change the trajectory of this density bomb. These projects can be much better if Encinitas decides they must be. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, next we have Mike Grudek with a time donation from Mandy Grudek. Following Mike will be Charles Baltera and Craig Camproni.
Get to work?
I'll have to bring it by individual photos, because that's how it was. So you have to tell me which one.
I'm just going to stick to one topic, and that's just going to be the traffic on Clark in the intersection that they said is adequate.
Hey, for my notes, can you just give me your name again?
Mike Grudek. I live at the end of Clark, so that would be the south end at the narrowing. I've been
you have a time donation on this?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks.
I've been in Avocado Acres since the 90s, early 90s. I was there when they closed Puebla. They did a traffic survey. They closed it down. All the streets used to be able to go wherever you wanted to on Leucadia Boulevard.
We getting
Okay. Yeah. Well, okay, let's just, most of them are just showing how Clark is a one-way, you can only get one car down Clark. If you park on both sides of the street, you can get one car down, that's it. You're literally waiting 4 cars down for a car to come through so you can then get around. So I just kind of moved down the street. It's a bottleneck on both ends, 20 feet on one end, 27 feet at the intersection. So I personally, when the Shea, I've had nights where I couldn't get my trailer down the street. I called the police said, sorry, cars are legally parked, that's what it is. So I've had to find a spot to sit and wait for people to move so I could get my trailer in. When Shea Holmes was bringing the trucks down illegally down our street, I blocked them in. Police came, said, sorry, it's legal. City had to come out. We had a big issue. That street's not wide enough. So I'm just showing you all the way down. It gets narrow and narrow and narrow. Now let's get to the intersection. I showed you the standards for an intersection. When they put Leucadia Boulevard through, they shoehorned in that turn signal. So you have a 8-foot lane, 8-foot lane, and a 9-foot lane, a foot gutter on either side. Trailer's 102 inches wide. Can't even fit in the turn lane. In the 90s, there was about 150 some homes in Avocado Acres. You put in the development of 13 people built homes, all the ADUs. I just figured it out, and we have 173 approximately homes, and I didn't even count the ADUs, what we have now. And now you're talking about doubling all that in something that was shoehorned in back in the 90s just to make it work. And it's 27 feet from gutter to gutter. And when I just showed you, what's the minimum requirement for a turn? 40. 40 for a feeder. How is that acceptable? How is that adequate? I mean, that's by California, San Diego code. So are we going to improve that? I mean, it seems like we'd have to, wouldn't we? By law. So I just wanted to address straight facts, straight legalities. That shouldn't even be there now. But they did it for the good of Leucadia Boulevard and closing off Puebla. So we've lived with it. But now it's being taxed to the point where it has to get changed or don't change anything. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Charles Baltera. Following Charles will be Craig Campori and then Brian Campbell.
Good evening, Commission. Charles Baltera, Poinsettia Park resident. And just to highlight, I think, the positive sides of this development, the developers coming to us, they're recommending this to us and selling us on the affordable housing. If we really wanted to address affordable housing with this development, it'd actually come back to you from the staff as a proposal to actually develop the site as a nuclear waste dump. Just to add some levity here, folks. We would get far more affordable housing out of the site as a nuclear waste dump. We wouldn't have the traffic impacts that we would with this proposed development. And, sure, there's some health concerns there, but let's face it, having family housing next to I-5, that's going to be a health impact as well onto our community, along with the traffic congestion, accidents, pedestrian bikes, try and put them all together onto these narrow streets that were never designed to handle this amount of development. You know, I've actually worked in the public service my entire life. I've always found that the decisions I make in my job and in my role, working on behalf of the public good, was always done best when I actually listened to the public in which, excuse me, in which I served. And tonight, I'm asking you to listen to all the residents that are here. You're going to get the staff recommendation to approve this project. You're going to get the city attorney's opinion that everything is in conformance with the local laws. But use your common sense, please. Listen to us. Deny this project. Let them appeal it to the city council, because that's where it's going to go from here. At least stand with us, stand with the residents as our appointed commission, and just let us know our voices have been heard. Thank you.
Craig, I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. We have Craig, and then we have Brian Campbell. Following Brian will be Mike Fulton.
Craig Campion, Poinsettia Park. Project issues. We should require additional parking spaces or downsize the project until it meets at least a 2-to-1 ratio, parking space to units, because street parking is obviously limited. We should amend the sound study, the decibel figures upward an additional 20%. The study was done at the end of 2020 during the COVID crisis. Now we have traffic levels that currently are about 20% higher. So I would say consider that when you look at the sound study. WNG indicates they will use 8-foot fences instead of the requested 8-foot walls to guarantee our continued privacy from the 3-story adjoining buildings, but only if approved by the city. Now tonight I hear that WNG will be using our existing 6-foot wall instead of erecting the 8-foot wall fence as shown on their diagram. We think this is a bait and switch. The west side of the project will not include a continuous sound barrier to block freeway noise, which means that the racket will be funneled through the openings into the Poinsettia Park Greenbelt. So anybody that knows anything about sounds, they're physical waves, they're going to go through the openings. We question if the full-grown trees shown on the design plans will disappear from the project if approved, since they are not a set-in-stone requirement. We ask that the setback waivers not be granted for the 3-story buildings to guarantee the privacy of the residents on Poinsettia Park Court and Poinsettia Park South and our Greenbelt from the 3-story line of view tenants. The project is a result of Mayor Blake Spears' secret deal with David Ecke Myers. The purpose is to push the mayor's state senate candidacy. The mayor and the Cuckoo Caucus of my party push for more so-called affordable housing for immigrants and encourage out-of-state individuals to move here while ignoring the current California homeless residents. Also, they ignore the water issues and the continued drought. I ask that the commission ignore the political pressure from the mayor and faithfully perform your due diligence on this project. The mayor is now a lame duck and will no longer be able to kneecap you as revenge for doing your job. Thank you for consideration.
Okay. Next, we have Brian Campbell with a time donation from Dave Graber. Following Brian will be Mike Fulton and Dolores Welty.
Can you have the pictures that Mike had ready? If I have a little time, I'd like to just kind of flip through each one because we didn't get to see all of them. Hello, I'm Brian Campbell. I live on Clark Avenue. I've been there for 11 years. Let's see, where are we going to start? I had a few notes that I just kind of pulled off my memory. I made multiple presentations on traffic and what it looked like, and also the Shea Homes development was going on during the initial kind of release of the housing element. And so I was showing big clouds of dust going all over our neighborhood. Now, I guess my little story here is that over the past 5 years, I've slowly had this health issue coming on, neurological issues, fainting with seizures, a lot of heart monitoring and heart medications and all kinds of problems. And I'm not the only one sick in my neighborhood. One of my good friends and neighbor, Jeffrey Lyman, who, a side note is, he overheard the fire chief standing on the Clark Avenue going, there's no way that they can put a development at the end of this road. So I'm really curious, we have to talk to the fire department and make sure they can get, like this picture, how do you get a fire truck through there? And it becomes basically gridlocked at the end of this in the mornings. And during rush hour, you're trying to go out. Basically, you're going out right here and you're turning left to get to the 5. Well, people are jerks and they don't keep the intersection clear. And so you can't even go unless you want to wait for the light. Basically, you just can't go. You'd be sitting blocking the other traffic. My story, I don't have enough time to tell you the whole thing, but had probably 6 emergency room visits. I've had 3 CAT scans. Full body CAT scans. I'm getting IVs twice a week to get minerals into my body because I am no longer my stomach's not capable of absorbing kind of like zinc and things that you really need to have your body function properly. And I have bone density loss, which is really premature for a 45-year-old. I was surfing every day at the beginning of 2015. I was engineering manager at General Atomics Aeronautical Systems, doing mechanical integration for high energy, 150,000 watt class, high energy laser weapon systems, giving presentations to, all aspects of the military, and very sharp. I have been living a nightmare of a life. I've pretty much lost everything. Like I had mentioned earlier, just $600,000 in lost wages alone. Just the stress on my 5-year-old daughter and my wife, mainly my wife. My daughter really has never seen me different than just sick all the time. And I have chronic fatigue syndrome. This is my lead-in to say that this is a serious, that the chemicals that are on these greenhouses are a serious health hazard for the public. Now I'm gonna there's documents that I actually requested from the city. They gave them to me, and so these are public documents that the city of Encinitas has and are recorded. So September 25th of 2015, Santec found at a 4-foot depth, dieldrin at levels 3 to 4 times the limits of, healthy limits. And they estimated that this report estimated 4,000 cubic yards of toxic materials on the Shea Home site. The Shea Homes that we're talking about is at the end of the Clark Avenue, butting right up against, on the north side, it would butt up against the north side of this property that we're talking about now. It's, the Clark Avenue is 210 and 212 were combined to make the Shea Homes development. And it's called the alcove. Alcove meaning a little nook at the end of a dead-end street, which was like one of the housing element basic requirements. Hey, you can't dump a big housing development at the end of the street, at the end of a little residential neighborhood, which they're doing. So, okay, that's in 2015. So then there's a city document, the final mitigated negative declaration. So this is the city document said that they deemed in this document, February 5th of 2016, they deemed that there was less than a significant impact to the public health hazard with mitigation incorporated. So, okay, hey, there's no health risk here if you do this mitigation thing. So then I read, there's a 158-page mitigation document. You read this thing and it says, hey, don't let any of the dirt go off the site, basically, which is impossible. Okay, build 200 units, don't let any of the dirt go off the site. Don't let anybody breathe any of the dirt. Don't let any of your animals breathe it. Keep it all on the site. That's an impossible thing to do. So it deemed, hey, with this mitigation. So you read the mitigation and it says, monitor all of the dirt that's on the site at 4 locations. Don't do construction when the wind is blowing more than a certain level. Use copious amounts of water. I'm telling you, when this construction was going on, the street sweepers were just basically sweeping the dirt all over our street, everywhere, out onto Leucadia Boulevard. This is a very severe and well-known neurological damaging pesticides are, my point is, I'm gonna wrap it up right now. These greenhouses are the same era that are on this new site, are the same era as the ones that were on the Clark site. And I'm telling you, we gotta control it. Whatever we do, we gotta control that dirt. I don't care what happens if you build those 200 units. We gotta use our due diligence there. And also, let's see, it's not equitable. I think Bruce Aylor, he had done the math and presented, hey, this isn't equitable. It's all being, dumped into, I'll just end at that point. Yeah, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Next is Mike Fulton, followed by Dolores Welty, and then Dennis Caden.
If you could leave those photos up, that'd be great, actually, on photo 3.
Scan through those photos while you're up there.
Yeah, that'd be great. My name's Mike Fulton. I live at 825 Clark Avenue. I own 817 Clark Avenue also, and I own 846 Clark Avenue across the street. So I own 3 properties on Clark Avenue, which one I live in with my 6-year-old and my 3-year-old and my wife, and the other that I rent to 2 families with children. And the one across the street there, which was the dirt lot, I'm currently building a junior ADU and a 1,200 square foot ADU on top of the 1,500 square foot existing home, which all requires no parking on street or off-street parking. So all of these people that I'm renting to as a deed to the community that is needed, I'm renting to them and they all park on the street. That street is not wide enough, as it's clear and obvious, it is not wide enough for that much traffic, even as an egress, to be able to exit out of here. That street light is a racing light for people trying to get that yellow so they can get through it. I live maybe 7 doors down from Leucadia, and I promise you on an hourly basis, my office, I work from home, my office sits out up front, and I look at Clark all day. And I promise you, every hour I see somebody going at least 40 miles an hour trying to hit that light. They're not the regulars, they're not the people that live in that community. They're people that either get stuck in the neighborhood that don't know, or they're workers and things like that that are just trying to leave. And that's what will happen to that street. And that is not a wide enough street to be going that fast down. I saw nothing in the presentation that gave any sort of city improvements, any sort of speed bumps, any sort of widening. You guys built a sidewalk. The city built a sidewalk inside of their street instead of where it should be. There's a water meter, my water meter on all 3 of them, and then there's 4 feet, which we planted roses and everybody's made nice, but it's not ours. And then they built the sidewalk because there's power lines. You can't put a power pole in the middle of a sidewalk. That was expensive for the city, so they decided not to do that. They built it on the inside, which made that street too narrow. Looking through all of these photos, it's impossible to have that much traffic go through. It's not something that's going to be able to, I cannot imagine. I can't let my kids out in the street right now because it's dangerous. Clark Avenue, of all the streets, Clark Avenue is a thoroughfare for people getting out of that community, regardless of if they live there or not. And then, in addition to my ADU, I have a 5-foot setback, which is great. I get an ADU setback of 5 feet instead of, the 20 feet on the back and the 15 on the sides or the 10 on the sides. For you guys to subdivide this, or not subdivide this project, leave those 2 and have 0 lot lines that are gonna build inside of it. I'm only allowed to build 2 ADUs on my property. How come they can use these 2 lots that aren't, so to create a non-subdivision, how can they keep those, do 0 lot lines, go way over the density of that lot, and then create that and not have to subdivide their property? Thank you.
Next is Dolores Welty, followed by Dennis Caden, and then Karen Caden.
I'm Dolores DeCastro Welty from Leucadia. I oppose all by right projects. They're not a solution to our low-cost housing needs. Instead, they increase unwanted and unwarranted density with a pitiful nod to the type of housing that's actually needed. By right housing is an attack on the authority of local government. Local control of land use is a bedrock of democracy, and by right state regulations erase local control. I had hoped that we would sue on these laws that are coming from the state. That said, this project needs to be looked over again and sent back to the drawing board. You've already heard about lots 23 and 24. This should come under our subdivision laws, and you know it. We should not go down this slippery slope that is being pushed by Goodson and again here by whoever. I heard someone say there are no fire safety walls, and I wonder what kind of protection there is within these side-by-side houses that would protect one apartment or one rental from another should a fire start somewhere. Do you have fire doors? The thing looks like a timeshare more than an apartment house, but it should have the same kinds of protections that you would put in any dense building such as that. I had another thing. Oh, I find it discriminatory. I find it, the fact that that this property was chosen for low-cost housing is to me racially and economically discriminatory. It's in an area that has been a lower rent or lower cost area for some time. Most of Leucadia has been. But I don't think the houses in this area are rising like some of those off La Costa and down closer to the ocean or up in the hills. And to take an area where the language is not always English and push this at them without really getting into the community and talking to these people is discriminatory. I say this as Dolores DeCastro Welty.
Next is Dennis Caden with a time donation from Bruce Ehlers. Following Dennis will be Karen Caden and Jane Johns.
Good evening. First off, I'm representing a group called Encinitas Community Collective. We're a bunch of neighbors who are looking out for our fellow residents and everybody in Encinitas so we don't get beat up by the state and our council, who doesn't seem to care for its citizens more than it doesn't care for its citizens as much as it does the state mandates.
Sir, could I get your name?
Dennis Caden.
Dennis, thank you.
Yep, K-A-D-E-N. There's two of us here, so get it right.
All right.
This should be a CEQA project, regardless of the 20% low-income status. The city should be looking out for the welfare of its own citizens, not the state mandates. Some studies here are flawed. Where is the indoor air quality report? I think staff made a boo-boo because it's the same document as the outdoor air quality report. How'd they miss that, and how'd they say approve when there's such a mistake made? The outdoor study speaks of fugitive dust emissions during grading and short-term construction activities. Are we to expect for the indoor air quality, since it's the same, that the bulldozer's going to be inside the kitchens and living rooms? What of all the I-5 pollutants and excessive noise, causing residents to keep their windows tightly shut, therefore air conditioning 24/7 or much more often than we would, and living as our Navy sailors live in submarines? Oh wait, it's not a submarine. They'll have windows to get a great view of the additional traffic now that Caltrans recently added another lane to I-5 and more pollutants. The city is complicit in creating more low-income units where the living conditions will be atrocious due to poor quality, small interior spaces, noise, and traffic extraordinaire. There's a water issue. At 75 gallons per person per day, the Clark project will consume 67 acre-feet per year. That's 12 inches high times an acre is 400 by 400, so think of that, only 67 feet high. So when will Encinitas finally start restricting development due to droughts, where we suffer and we conserve so that more development, the more water we save, the more traffic we're going to get? Okay, noise. On July 22nd, one of our members took sound pressure levels from I-5, less than 10 meters from the freeway, and it was 78.5 dBA with peaks at 89.7 dPA. Not exactly quality of life in Encinitas as we know it, because indoor usual dBAs are 45 and the Amtrak horn is 115. So their 89.7 is not far away. Do not approve this project. Imagine never being able to open your windows. Push for federal standards as low-income housing is subsidized with federal dollars. The IRS Code Section 142 and Section 42 per the Housing Economic Recovery Act. They provide money for low-income housing and other projects regarding it. There's no safe route to school on Clark. This is a safety issue and doesn't speak well of Encinitas, that Clark's children cannot be protected by utilizing those same U.S. taxpayer-funded dollars. Do not approve this project. It's like the Towering Inferno. By not allowing CEQA to take effect, it's like the Towering Inferno. That was a movie where, because it was a federally funded project, they were exempt from doing sprinklers, and that ended up movie being a disaster. I have one more thing. We don't have a overhead projector, do we, here? Is that old school? Old school? Okay, well then, I'd like to read this. It's for everybody here in Encinitas. Our founding fathers were pretty smart. You know, they got beat up by the county and the developers, and the city incorporated overwhelmingly in order to protect us from certain things. So this is from our general plan circulation element, and right now this is in jeopardy. It's policy 2.4. When considering circulation patterns and standards, primary consideration will be given to the reservation of character and safety of existing residential neighborhoods. Where conflicts arise between convenience of motorists and neighborhood safety/community character preservation, the latter will have first priority. That's the people that are already here on Clark and the people that are surrounded by a lot of these R30s that are just going to be a disaster. You can please enforce policy 2.4 and deny this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, our next speaker is Karen Caden, followed by Jane Johns, and then Ellen Hartman.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting for our voices. Please delay this project. Why did we incorporate from the county? Now we should incorporate from the state. I'm a 40-year resident. I live in Leucadia. I do not live in Tortilla Flats, Avocado Acres, but I live on the north side. And you guys are aware, Fox Point, Piraeus Point, and Clark Avenue apartments are about 1.5 miles from each other. We can walk to these places from where we live. The Clark Avenue apartment project is massive. Do not approve the design. It is not attractive. It's in the I-5 scenic corridor. It's invasive, intrusive, and posing a threat to existing neighborhoods with traffic, parking, noise, air quality, and more. Need an EIR study. Why did Sandag put 2 more lanes on I-5? There's a reason. More development, more traffic is caused by population. This project is in conflict to preserve the safety and health, which is the number one goal and policies in the city of Encinitas since a general plan has been provided in 1998. We were in 1986, and I know it's probably finished in 1989 with a lot of residents and people like yourselves that have a say to help form Encinitas. I'd like to preserve the safety and health of the surrounding residents. The commission should not approve Clark Avenue apartments. Schools are overcrowded. The Fed and state quality standards may be out of touch for the city of Encinitas. We don't know what years some of these studies come across in the planner's desk. Might be 2009. I mean, we need update. We are all Encinitas investors. Please protect us. And I want to thank you for your time.
Next is Jane Johns, followed by Ellen Hartman.
Hello, my name is Jane Johns, and I live on Del Rio, and I was asked to talk, and I kept saying no, 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 and the more I was listening to everything, I thought it was vital that I share that I've lived here since '86 on Del Rio, raised my children, helped raise my grandchildren, and many times have jumped out of the way of a car, and just walking. I do a lot of walking up and down my streets every morning, every night. I love to see my neighbors. I love to see the community and share little thoughts and actions, so we're all involved with everything. And it's disappointing to see the city just take all that away from us and gave us no infrastructure at all. We're just like this little blob, and everything else is around us, and nobody cares. It's like, maybe you'll go away, and that's what they're hoping. But as you can see, we care. We've always cared. We're important. We love our neighborhood. We love Encinitas. We love the beach. We love all the parks. The parks are wonderful, but we also really care about the stress and the problems you're going to present to us forever, for the rest of our lives, the rest of our kids' lives, every house that's ever, people that are living there. And if you're living in a 700-foot space living community or house, you're not going to be living there very long, because if you're single when you go there, you'll probably start a relationship, and then you'll have a family, and then you can't live there. The houses that have started in Avocado Acres were small, 900 and some themselves, so I know what it's like to have a bunch of kids swarming around. And we had big lots, so there was space outside, everyone could run around and play, but they won't have that. And it's just going to be, once again, people that don't care about our neighborhood are controlling what's going to happen to Encinitas, and that really is saddening. And I feel like the people that are going to live there are living there with the thought of temporary. It's not going to be a permanent home for anyone. They're going to be there short term. It's just like a stepping stone. And that's not how the infrastructure is supposed to work. Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker is Ellen Hartman, and for the record, we did have one speaker slip in opposition turned in. Did not wish to speak.
Good evening. Thanks for being here. I moved to 611 Union Street in 1981, and I was young then. Man, I must have had a lot of energy, because now it's sort of like, all right, here we go. The traffic on Union Street has never been really great. I was surprised beyond belief that because there were businesses down the way with a dead-end street, lots of traffic, then the dog training place came and they upped their abilities to have more dog training, which instead of, I think, 80, they finally got 40, which was okay, but that means 40 trips in the morning, back and forth, 40 trips at noon, back and forth, and 40 trips again in the afternoon to pick up dogs, drop them off, pick up dogs, drop them off. So they have like all of these shifts. And traffic is already backed up down Union Street. And I raised my kids there. I've always had to like run out of the gate and go, slow down. I mean, I would just stand in the middle of the street, just say, okay, try it. So it's even worse. And there's potholes and gravel and dirt and no curbs. And when I heard the word to describe Union Street in this report as a robust street, I just laughed out loud. So there's no stop sign or stop light at the end of Union and Saxony, and that's a major problem. Now we can hardly get out, and luckily I'm retired. I don't have to get up and go to work every day. But now I'd like to walk on my street, and that's kind of hazardous too. So what I would ask of you guys is to please look at low-income housing. Let's do 50 units in this area, make them bigger, make them nicer, and decrease the traffic. I want low-income housing for this area. We need it. We need teachers and firefighters and people who can't afford to buy a house here. And I don't even know what an affordable unit means. So low income, 50 units, I'll go and dig. I don't care. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? It looks like that is it for our public speakers. I'll invite the applicant up. Want to address concerns? We'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
right after.
A lot to unpack there. I think on the issue of the lot mergers, which I've heard again and again since the letter appeared, we don't believe, nor do I believe staff does, that there was anything untoward or illegal or incorrect done. There are many projects built on multiple lots. We made the election to try to eliminate some of our lots, to consolidate, to have fewer lots on the site. It was a request of our capital and finance people. But there were 4 lot lines taken away, permissible. The buildings that have the lot lines through them, under density bonus law, we waived the setback requirements, permissible. So the constant chatter about this subdivision mapback seems a little out of place. To Brian's point, and his story was moving, our site is a lot different than the Shea site. And I would invite you to look at the Phase 1 reports, the historical uses on the site. This site was an avocado orchard, hence the name of the community, I gather. There were no pesticides used on that site. We have full closure of both the north and south portions of that site from the county. No further action. Multiple testing was done. We did voluntary testing of the soils out there. There is no further action from the county. The site is closed. There are no environmental concerns with the site. The issue of the streets, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to live here too. And there are some inherent issues with Clark, with Del Riego, work your way up to the Puebla Roadblock. And it's that all those roads are special case 40 roads. They're restricted to parking on one side of the road. That is, and when you look at the streets now, it's why they're so narrow, when most of the photos where there's cars parked on both sides. Union Street, and I think I was the one who might have said robust, is a full width street, 28 feet, I believe. And parking is prohibited on both sides. There's no parking allowed on Union Street.
Please, everyone, let him speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As it relates to the affordable units, we elected to provide 20% of this project as affordable. As I mentioned earlier, the affordability of these units is quite great, where a one-bedroom market rate unit is well over $3,000 a month. A one-bedroom affordable unit is about $1,000 a month. So there's a steep level of affordability in those units. On the issue of safety, again, on those streets, as we become part of the community, our residents become part of the community. And as a company, as human beings, as a father myself, we don't want to do anything that's going to endanger children, the lives of children, pets, pedestrians, or otherwise, which is why we did the studies we did. And there are no findings in any of the studies that point to this project being unsafe or creating any unique condition that makes the neighborhood unsafe. As it relates to the air quality, we did full air quality, greenhouse gas, and indoor air quality testing. Our indoor air quality, for the benefit of our residents, the residents have MERV 16 filters in all of their units. We agreed to do that, which keeps the air at basically medical grade standard in the units. The elevation that you see along the 5 freeway, none of those windows are operable. They were never intended to be operable. They're part of the sound attenuation. So rather than have, sort of like the Shea project has, of a big monolithic wall, our building facade is the sound wall. And where we had to have areas of separation, you'll see 10-foot sound walls intervening in between. The landscaping along the 5 freeway is robust at staff's request because of the scenic corridor. And there's going to be a bonded maintenance agreement to require us to manage that landscaping to assure it achieves its full verdant status. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to cut you off here, and I'm going to be leaving public comment open. We may call people back for additional questioning. You're first on the list. So,
Thank you.
For now, I'm going to thank you for your time. It is 13 minutes before 9, and I would like to call a recess for, say, till 9 o'clock p.m. And so we are in recess. Who else needs to use the John? What is concerned the egress? You're just getting my auctioneer's voice there. If I can get everyone to have a seat, and we will move on. I think the next thing up is commissioner deliberation, and I'm going to open this up. I don't want to be the first to speak. Does anyone want to launch this one off? Chris, Susan, Steve? I know it is. I don't want it to be the Kevin
I don't
Doyle
mind
show.
starting.
Susan, go for it.
I took copious notes, both from the emailed comments that were forwarded, that were written to us, also today. And I must say it's an overwhelming opposition to the project that we're seeing here. Reading back from some of this, lots of concerns about the size, the traffic. One person said if developers would sit down with the residents, it would save a lot of time and money. Multiple requests for the project to be smaller, about Clark Street being too narrow. Some comments that this site was switched with the original L7 city-owned site in 2018. Could have been a senior project, wasn't. They feel they're completely being overlooked as a community, and I feel very bad about that. Find a developer who'll build 40 small homes, another comment. Poinsettia Park people are very worried that people are going to jump the fence, but I think an 8-foot tall fence is pretty good protection there. I think we also heard that the soil was tested and poisons were not an issue for this site. I am concerned that the circulation elements are not in character with the community. I would say that the building design itself seems appropriate. The building design is definitely taller, but then again, it is right next to a freeway. It's not, and it's not super close to the adjacent residents. So myself, the design part of it, I like the color scheme being aligned with beach colors. But I do have serious concerns about this circulation, the street width, safety. A lot of people mentioned safety. And also, personally, I still don't understand why, when it was originally set up for 195 affordable homes, we're only getting 40. But that is up to the owner more than up to us. And so I don't really have any authority, or we're quasi-judicial to begin with. State density bonus law is what it is. We do have state mandates. So it looks like they didn't ask for any concessions, and they did ask for 6 waivers that they're getting. So those are my comments back, and I think that my findings regarding the community overwhelming opposition might be to perhaps re-examine the project.
Thank you, Susan.
I wonder, so I share some of those concerns about circulation. It seems like awfully narrow streets, but I do think that basic decision to put this site in the R30 overlay zone, that decision was made, and that's really not what we're able to discuss or change tonight. An affordable housing or a dense project of this sort is going to go in here. I think the architecture is nice, and I think it's a well-designed project. I share some concerns about the circulation to and from the site, and so I thought maybe at least for my benefit, maybe if the city engineer would address what Union Street is. Is that considered a collector or an arterial, and is it the proper width in your opinion?
Hello, my name is Fred Tafagati. I'm with the Land Development Engineering, and we have transportation city engineer as here too as well. But my response would be that street dead ends and then classified as a local collector. And then per city standard, public street standard, we require 60 feet right away. And then as part of the project frontage improvement, they are dedicating 28 feet to improve that section that fronts the project, which includes sidewalk, curb, and they're gonna enlarge the cul-de-sac. It's gonna have a larger radius in that end, and then they widening the pavement to achieve the standard requirements, as it is like 8-foot wide parking space and 10-foot drive path, and then 5-foot sidewalk. So that would be part of that. That, according to the public street standard, that would be the section of the street as a local collector. And then, again, we have city transportation engineer can collaborate on that, maybe more. As far as circulation and traffic study was done, and we have looked at the impact as well.
Okay. Just to clarify your comment or your response to me, the property has dedicated land to the right-of-way in order to enlarge the cul-de-sac. Is that correct? Okay. But has there been any dedication along this outside of the cul-de-sac, along the street frontage, say east of the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Since we have here, similar question, a concern was raised, I think actually it was by the applicant, that these roads are only allowed to have parking on one side. For a local collector, what's the rules on parking? Can they park on the street? Can they park on both sides? Can they park on only one?
Well, that's as far as the street itself. We have a narrow street as we go east from the project, and then unless there's the development is going to be happening in that stretch.
And on the eastern is the only direction I really care about at this point.
Right.
Going west to the big wide cul-de-sac serves no purpose for the neighborhood.
But the parking space is on one side, but people park on both sides. I mean, there is no enforcement to enforce that, I believe.
So now, if the rules specify parking on just one side, are people, which side do they just pick? Or how's that?
Well, I have transportation engineer here.
Yeah,
Maybe
I see
he
Abe there.
can.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Good evening, Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. So one thing to clarify is different classification of roads in the city based on our very old mobility element as it was brought up. It was approved in '95. We have different classifications, and each one of these roads have a specific cross-section on the books. Now, almost 90% of our roads in the city do not match the cross-section that is defined for those roads per those classifications. So now Union, as was mentioned, might be a local collector classified, and the right-of-way might be there. We don't even need acquisition in a lot of these roads in the city that are classified classification A, B, C, whatever, local collector, arterial. But although we have the right-of-way, there has never been a capital improvement project to improve these roads to that level. Now, there is no such a thing as a local corrector. Does it allow one-side parking, double-sided parking? At the moment, because this road is not built to its ultimate cross-section, it's dependent on the engineering judgment of the staff to decide if we want to eliminate parking on one side, if we want to authorize parking. So none of these streets right now, Clark, Union, they don't match their standard cross-section. And it's not the responsibility of the developer to improve these roads other than their frontage. Their frontage improvement is what they're doing right now. They're widening the cul-de-sac a little bit east of this cul-de-sac as it's their frontage. They're improving it and they're widening it. The rest of it, the easterly portion, it's other people's property. They are not responsible to improve other people's property unless there is a significant impact per our existing thresholds, which they're not having. Now, I do understand that we do see this impact. This is a perceived impact that it exists. I'm not denying the impact. There are 200 units, they will impact on Union. But the impact that would trigger a physical improvement, spending money and physically improving our road to its standard specification, to its standard cross-section, has its own guidelines. The impact that we use to trigger a improvement to a roadway, building Union to its ultimate cross-section, is not the impact that we talk about. These 200 units will have an impact. Yeah, they will have an impact on the neighborhood, but these two are separate impact. There is a certain specific trigger for a significant impact that will trigger this offsite improvement, which doesn't exist at the moment. So to the specific parking question, city traffic engineer, which is myself, at any point can go out on Clark, on Union, and change the parking. I have the authority within the Muni Code. I can eliminate parking from both sides, red curbing, add signage. We can discuss with our fire department if it's a fire necessity, if it's a safety hazard. Our direction has long been, I've been with the city for 4 years. In a lot of areas, in Cardiff, we have similar. Old Encinitas, we have similar. We have narrow roads. Cornish is right behind us. We have a lot of streets in Cardiff, in Leucadia even, that are too narrow to accommodate for parking. We have had concerns from public that if cars park on both sides, the remaining width is not enough for two cars that pass by each other. Our code says 20 feet. We have to have 20 feet. Our direction was, because these are inherited roads from the county days, these are not roads that we built. These are roads that we received like this when the city got incorporated. Yes, as we go forward with our dedicated CIP budget that we get annually from council, which is very limited, we slowly tackle these roads and improve them to their ultimate cross-section. If they need to have a sidewalk, if they need to have wider pavement width, we will build them as we go. But we don't have unlimited budget to go fix all these roads at the same time in a single year, or just go complaint-based, say we have parking on this side. One option would be to remove parking for like 2/3 of the city, but obviously the city doesn't want to have that burden on its residents.
And I don't think we're going to urge you to start eliminating parking willy-nilly.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Well, the problem is that if we have some roads that are substandard and we don't have enough budget to improve them, then we can't allow more construction until we do improve them. On existing roads, where we have existing development, we really don't have a choice. We're not going to tell people, hey, you can't live there anymore. We're going to rip your house out of the lot. That's not possible. But
I understand, but unfortunately, this is not a city traffic
we don't have to build more
engineer.
housing on a substandard location for circulation.
I think you can rest now, Abe. I mean, I'll jump in here for a bit. I understand the issues in this neighborhood really well. I live on Orpheus myself. I mean, one day there might be an overpass leading to the Union on the other side of the highway, and you might be walking by my house. But quite frankly, anyone waiting for that should wait a long time. Sandag has that on their plan. Sandag puts their budget out every 10 years. In 2020, they did their budget, and there's no money for an overpass. There's no money for a coastal rail trail through Leucadia. There's a whole bunch of things that there's no money for. And perhaps they'll consider it in 2030 and put it on their budget. And hopefully I'll be old enough to see it happen, or I'll live long enough to see it happen, because it's at least 10 plus, more like 20 plus years down the line. So when I look at the improvements going down, down Union to improve that roundabout that serves very little purpose. It's mostly just a place to have a big red curb. Doesn't provide any parking, doesn't provide anything. What I would like to suggest to the developer is that instead of spending the money there where it does us no good, if we could figure out how much that was and what can we do to improve the access in and out from Union. Because right now, all the repairs are to the right when you leave, and nobody's going to go right. I mean, you might go right and say, oh, shoot, I should have turned left, turn around at the roundabout and go the other way. So Union is the one that needs the work. Clark needs the work. Gene Chapo, I know you brought up the concept of splitting a project and saying half of it's going this way and half of it's going that way. It might be an option. As I look here, you know, I know a lot of people talked about the dust mitigation. Brian Campbell, right? I know about what's out there. I mean, I live on Orpheus. It's another cut-through street. We don't have any of the windows in our front of our house open. The dust just rolls right in. It's all over our cars. My wife's from Sweden and is kind of somewhat horrified by what happens out there. I walk my kid to school, and, you know, he's only 8, but he's really wise at dodging cars. And, you know, we run up to a car, we stop, we wait, we dodge past it. I mean, I'm sure everyone in Avocado Acres has gone through this, everyone with kids at least, or even without kids, you still got to dodge. I'm very concerned by the 6 lots in the one project. From my perspective, this is a subdivision. This is, according to state law, and this would be the California Subdivision Map Act, I consider this a subdivision. And the main thing that this would do is this would trigger an EIR. Now, we've already seen several big housing projects. They came to us, and they came with EIRs already done. Some of them didn't even need to have them done. Now, an EIR, had it been done for this project, would have spec'd out mitigation measures required on both Clark and Union. I mean, absent the EIR, I don't think none of that's really being addressed properly, and I think it should be. So I like a lot about this project. I mean, it's not the prettiest project in the world, but council decided that there would be houses here, and there will be at least 165 units. We've agreed with the state. It's happening. Something's happening. Now, the thing is, just because it's approved by the city and approved by HCD doesn't change the fact. I mean, we don't want to not have this project. I mean, maybe we do, but you know what I mean. We want this project to be done properly. And to be done properly, it's going to have the proper mitigation measures in place. And I feel that the California Subdivision Map Act, forget our Encinitas Municipal Code, which says this is a subdivision. I think the California law, which trumps our law, we've been told this many times, pretty much demands an EIR on this project. So I will not be supporting this project this evening.
Kevin?
Go for it.
So regarding the subdivision, the MAP Act, and I wish I knew it better than I do, it sounds like they wouldn't have to consolidate any of these lots, right? Lot 23 and 24 are there, and there's a building that sits across the lot line, so that's apparently not an issue. So is there anything that would just prevent them from keeping 6 lots out there and putting their buildings across lot lines any way that they need to? I mean, they control all lots currently, right? They're not creating new lots.
My understanding is and honestly, I'm vague on this one. I don't think you should be able to build across lot lines. If you want to build across lot lines, you need to compile the lines. I see, who's that with their hand up?
PLSA, civil engineer.
Civil engineer. What's your name? Get up here. Public comment's still open.
I know. That's why I'm taking the opportunity. Thank you so much, Chair Doyle and commissioners. Yeah, actually, the consolidation of lots is something we kind of blundered into and was not actually an intent to create some sort of subdivision act. It was actually investors and attorneys that would prefer this one development to be under one common lot. So to the greatest extent possible within state law and also city code, the most we could do legally without creating a subdivision act was consolidate four, which is what we did. Any more, you're correct, would trigger some sort of subdivision act and it would be required to go through some sort of greater development. We're consolidating for by right, which is allowable without creating a CEQA event or an EIR event. So that was entirely the intent. We knew it all along. It wasn't intended to actually create some sort of event in any way, shape, or form. And looking back on it now, looking at all the confusion it's created, we probably never would have done it. That was never the intent. It was more of a choice by developers and attorneys that decided, well, let's just try and get it under as much common ownership as possible from just a purely business perspective. So if you look at it from that part, if we were to do this application all over again, we would simply withdraw that boundary adjustment altogether because apparently it's creating a great deal of confusion. Because it should not create a CEQA event. As this is an SB 330 site, and as we're providing 20% affordable, and as it should be CEQA exempt. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and we're here all night.
Fair enough.
But that was the original intent of that application.
Okay.
Chair Doyle?
Yes.
So you should be aware of a government code section that talks about lot line adjustments, and I can read the relevant provisions of that. And
Please.
So this is 66412D, and it indicates a lot line adjustment between 4 or fewer or existing parcels, and it goes on. Essentially, a city doesn't have the ability to deny it if, now, where you do have discretion, I wouldn't really say discretion, but you can check. If they meet these requirements, we have to approve it. So what the test for you is, do they meet these requirements? And the requirements are that it needs to conform to the local general plan, any applicable specific plan, any applicable coastal plan, and zoning and building ordinances. So if it complies with the laws as they exist right now, we have to approve it. So the question to you is, does this comply with the existing laws? And if so, then you need to approve it. If it does not comply, then you should deny.
Thank you. I'm going to let someone else talk for a bit. If anyone, Chris?
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's comments on this. That didn't really I feel like that all the conversation about the subdividing only made it more confusing for me in some ways. I know, Anna, you were earlier, you addressed this particular issue. Could you maybe repeat what you said earlier about this issue?
Yes, the government code section that the attorney just read off further explains that a boundary line adjustment of 4 or less, it does not require a final map, a parcel map, all those that are under what is qualifying as a subdivision. So a boundary line adjustment does not require any of those things that a typical subdivision is required to do. And so as long as the city has operated, as long as it's 4 or fewer, then it is not considered a subdivision.
And to add to that, I could quote another provision that says, no tentative map, parcel map, or final map shall be required as a condition to the approval of a lot line adjustment. So if it complies with the code, we have to approve it.
I think my issue is that it's all rolled up into a ball. I mean, I've handled cases where we do a boundary adjustment, and this is like incorporated into the approval of a big housing element site that spans 6 lots. This is a 6-lot development.
Right, so there are various provisions that are where you clearly do have discretion. So for example, you have before you a design review. That's clearly something where the laws are clear, you have design review authority. So you can say, I don't like how they've designed it, within the design review standards, that they need to change you name the design type review type standard What does it look like? We don't appreciate that. It should be a different, it should have dormers, not whatever, that sort of thing. That's certainly one of the examples of things where you do have discretion.
Well, it no longer matters to us whether we like it or not. It can be as ugly as sin. It's as long as it conforms to our objective design standards that we've recently put into place, which it does. I mean, honestly, I have no trouble with the project. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's, council approved this lot, and it's a reasonable design for such a project. My concern is that the ingress and egress is not really, it's not thought out. The thought went right up to the exit, and then it stopped. And, that's not fair. I mean, as was pointed out, I'm assuming all the construction traffic is going to come down Union. Yeah, it's okay, you can sit. Just like the Shea homes, they weren't allowed to come down Clark. I'm pretty sure the same thing's going to happen again. So, which means it's all coming down Union, and Union is a lumpy street with holes in it. It's, if this is your home, I'm sorry, I'm not dissing your home, but it's not a suitable road for what's about to happen to it. And I feel that had an EIR been done on this, they would have zeroed in on this more than anything else. This is the big flaw in this project. The way in and out just sucks. People are going to go out Union. Union is no fun. Somebody mentioned that white tractor trailer backing into Leech Tag earlier today. I was there. I saw it. I kind of went, I didn't know they backed in there. That's kind of wackadoodle to me. It's not properly thought out. I don't want to deny this project and say, no, you can't have it, because I know it'll be back at council. You'll of course appeal. I don't want to approve it as is, because I don't feel it's been properly thought out. I don't think there are, honestly, the environmental assessment is reasonably strong, but an EIR would have really dialed into those traffic considerations going in and going out. And I don't have a good solution for it. I don't know how the heck all these cars are going to get in and out. Clark we could red curb that stupid bit of sidewalk that's actually built on the roadway. And I know that was a concession. The people said, oh, it's not safe, so Shea Homes was forced to build that sidewalk. It's not well placed. I mean, they should have ripped off that Band-Aid and dealt with the property owners and built the sidewalk in a little bit. Then cars would have parked there. Mike, I know, this is...
Well, I can address that part right there.
Yeah, yeah.
They honestly, when I brought that, they said, we'll just red curb that, Mike. That's in front of my house. When they put that
Would you come to the microphone?
Yeah, come on up to the mic, man. Otherwise, it doesn't get into the record. People out
When
out
they
in
put
the
that
road can't
sidewalk
see it.
in, that was the sidewalk to school project that they put in.
Safe routes to school.
That wasn't Shea Homes.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool,
that
thank
was
you.
done years ago. The south end of Clark, in front of my house. So Shea didn't do that.
Okay. I
So
thought
that was done a long time ago for the sidewalk to school. And the reason that they didn't come in is because, like they said, well, we'll just take your property. And I said, go ahead. You have to lower that street. My driveway already high centers. So by code, if you come in 6 feet, you're going to have to drop that whole street to get my driveway to be within code. How much is it going to cost to tear up that whole street and redo all the driveways to make it comply? That wasn't an option. They didn't want to do it back then. Nobody wants to do it now. That's what we ended up with.
Cool. Thank you, Mike.
Kevin, just in my thinking, the Subdivision Map Act or whatever is the one that would trigger an environmental impact report. It's a by right project without the need for environmental impact right now, unless you find that the Subdivision Act applies.
Precisely.
Right? But in my thinking here, what I hear is that they could build this project without consolidating any of the lots if they wanted to. That just the fact of building on 6 lots does not trigger a subdivision. So the fact that they, for their convenience or for their own business purposes decided to consolidate the lots didn't really change the physical nature of the project, right? What I'm hearing is if they chose not to subdivide, like if you said tonight, I can't support this thing, right? They could come back and just say, we'll remove the request to consolidate the lots, and the project would look exactly like it does today. And
I don't know, is that so?
What I would say is, we reviewed 2 of the structures in which they proposed the property line as they did, where they did not consolidate the lots. And that qualified under the building code, under the 706.1.1 that Andrew had mentioned. So we would have to look at that specifically if all the other remaining buildings would qualify as well. But yes, they could slightly make modifications, they can request waivers. There are certain avenues that may be possible, but staff would need to review those.
So, I mean, I've count what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buildings that span, that actually are built on 2 lots, the way they're done right now. I'll circle them all. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, no, 1, 2, 3, no, 6. 6 buildings that span 2 lots. And I mean, I don't know. Is that legal? I'll look
So
at
there's,
you and-
if I
and
could just
staff.
interject, Chair,
Yes.
there's 2 proposed buildings that would cross across the property lines. Other 4 lots, they would be consolidated, and they would not be crossing property lines. Just to clarify that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Do you mean, Kevin, if they don't combine the 4 lots, that they would?
if they were to
cross?
come and say, here's the 6 lots.
all I know, like in Cardiff, every older house is built across a property line, and you tear that house down, you have 2 lots, you build a twin home, right? So if you see a 1950s era house in Cardiff, it sits across a property line. And so in my mind, there's no blanket regulation.
Well, I mean, the
to
old
deny
homes in Cardiff are built across 2 property lines quite often, but, you know, that's because they saw those 2 lots as 1 lot, and people just built stuff. But if they were to come now and say, I'm going to take these 2 lots, I'm not going to join them, and I want to build my house half on one and half on the other, I don't believe that would be allowed.
So typically, from a zoning perspective, the one main reason that you would not allow a building to be across lot lines is because typically you have a setback requirement. So if you're on the line, you can't be set back. But here, the applicant has requested waivers of that requirement. Alternatively, and they said, well, alternatively, we've got the building code exemption, so we don't even need a waiver. So, I mean, you've got the setback issue. I think I'm correct saying that you asked for a waiver for the setbacks? Okay, so that was a waiver. So the legal standard, the question before you is, because this is already a by right project, you have extremely limited discretion. The zoning allows this density. What you can do, where you clearly do have discretion, is to see whether the waivers are violating any specific health and safety requirement, whether there's a specific adverse impact, and that they're violating a specific standard that's already pre-established. I'm not aware of those, but perhaps you are. Maybe there's a specific standard that has been violated because of a waiver. We can talk about the specifics, but that's how you can ensure that whatever decision you make is consistent with the law, what the law requires.
Well, regardless of the subdivision issue, the circulation issue doesn't meet with community character standards. And so that is really the sticking point for me. I think, the amenities are nice, the design is nice, but I do think that the circulation has to be looked at. And so I can't go there in terms of saying it's a good project because the circulation doesn't work. It doesn't work for me, and it doesn't work for the people in the neighborhood. Obviously, they're very opposed.
If I may interject, Through the chair. I just want to make sure that when making any findings pursuant to that decision, that an objective standard is used in making the findings pursuant to Government Code Section 65913.4. Thank you.
Correct. One of the gentlemen, I'm not sure if he's still here, spoke to a standard policy 2.4 in the circulation code. And so it basically doesn't work for motor safety. It doesn't work for pedestrian and bike safety, vehicular safety in general. And so the thing about it is, if it were an existing development there, that would be a whole different thing. But to add development when we know we have substandard circulation there, I can't go there. That's not okay, because we're making a bad situation worse by adding a lot of housing. If it were designed a bit differently, we're not saying no, we're saying we like your project, but the circulation isn't working. It's not working for the community, it's not working for the people who would be living there in the future. And so the circulation is really the sticky point.
So are we,
Policy 2.4.
so will we deny every future custom home ADU that wants to get built in that neighborhood because the circulation doesn't work?
I think a project of this size and scope deserves an EIR. We have two severely impacted, the ingress and egress in this project is dangerous.
I just don't see where we have the authority to request an EIR.
That was my question too. Do we have that authority if we don't find that a problem with the subdivision issue, right? Which would trigger the EIR, is there any other way to get to an EIR? So, because I'd like to just make a couple comments.
Please.
From that, is that, I do really appreciate everybody being here. This is part of my community. I don't live in this part of the community, but I live in Leucadia on the other side of the freeway. And so I'm very familiar with a lot of these issues. And I mean, as a citizen of Leucadia, I recognize that Leucadia has, I feel, felt the brunt of density bonus. So I live in Old Leucadia between between the 101 and the freeway in that section. And so I use La Costa all the time. And so everything that's happening on La Costa, everything that's happening up Leucadia greatly impacts my life too. So I understand, I feel for you all with this project. So what I don't want us to do is I don't want us to go down some of the same paths that we've gone down before and make decisions and then try to fix additional problems that we've caused because of the project. One of the things one of my concerns is Union and Saxony, and I think someone mentioned the lack of any kind of controlled stoplight. There's no stoplight or there's no stop sign there. I don't necessarily think that's the way to go, because I think that stop sign at La Costa and Vulcan is a nightmare, and that's not a place for a stop sign, maybe a stoplight, but those cost a lot more. So I don't know what the circulation answer is. I don't want to get into a situation where now we're trying to backpedal and solve problems that we have now created. I know that a project is going to go into this location at some point, and it's going to be at least 165 units. So, and I know that we have to follow the law. And as much as we don't like the fact that a project is going in, as much as we don't like the fact that any of these projects are going in Leucadia and Olivenhain and Cardiff and any place else in Encinitas, they are going in, but what we need to do is we need to try to make the best decisions that we can while still following the law, which is why Anna, in particular, keeps telling us we can make decisions, but only if we follow the law. So I want you all to understand that as we're talking, it doesn't mean we necessarily like everything about a decision that we have to make, but we all recognize because of the rules that we have certain restraints and laws that we have to follow. So I just wanted to kind of just say that. So I do see a lot of problems with circulation, with traffic on Union, on Clark, on Puebla. And I don't know what the answers are, but like I said, I don't want to set it up to make things worse either. So I don't know what the answers are. Are they redlining streets? Is it no parking at all on the streets? I know no one here wants this, but I have been in contact with other people in your neighborhood, and there are people in your neighborhood that would like Puebla opened. Not anybody in this room who said that, but that is something that could happen in the future depending on how the project goes. Because it's not the Planning Commission's decision whether or not to open up Puebla, and it's not the developer's decision whether or not to open up Puebla. It's going to be probably City Council's decision whether to open up Puebla. So I just want to say that too, because any decisions that's made, that is always going to remain something that's out there. In order to put a project of at least 165 units in here and fix circulation problems and make it so the project can exist, that is a reality that might happen, okay? So just like the reality is that Leucadia can't get a railroad crossing from one side, safe crossing across the railroad tracks for the next 10, 15 years. It's just a reality. So, and I'm hoping I'm wrong on that. I hope we can get an at-grade crossing for Leucadia. But that is a reality of what might happen, and I'm just saying that. I'm not saying not everybody can be happy with all the decisions that are made, and like I said, we have to follow the law and do the best that we can based on the information that we have, taking into account how everybody feels, and moving forward. So I do want to say I did like the idea of the splitting of the property. I kind of feel like with the the two triangles, I could see a situation in the future where the design is that half the traffic uses Clark and half uses Union. I think that would be, the Channel Islands idea was a good idea I heard said today. So I don't know if that will ever happen, but I thought that kind of made sense. So I don't know. I just want to make sure that whatever we do here tonight, we have rational reasoning for. And a reason we can state to City Council, because this now goes to City Council, and they have to review our decision. So we need to make sure that our decision follows the law, so when they get it, they see what our rational decision was when they make a decision whether to uphold whatever we do or to reverse whatever we do. So.
Commissioner, excuse me, I just want to interject if I may. I want to correct my response to required right-of-way on Union. It's actually, I didn't have the cross-section in front of me, so I checked that, and then it's actually 50 feet right-of-way requirement, and the parking, with the parking space on both sides, and the sidewalk on both sides. That's what the public road standard right now is. I just want to correct that. It's not just one side parking space, two side. And then I guess developer is not they're improving their frontage, but as far as the Union going east, I guess it requires probably land acquisition and for the improvement of the whole road to have like parking space on both sides and the sidewalk as it called for in the public road standard. I just want to make that correction. Thank you.
If I could just add something for the record. The reason for egress only on the Clark is there's a pinch point on that north side of the site, so it's 20 feet in width. The required width for ingress in and out is 24 feet. There's no additional right-of-way that can be granted. Part of that adjacent density bonus subdivision is part of that property, where they would have to acquire land from that property. It's my understanding there's a stormwater basin required as part of that project in that area.
Well, I mean, I'm pushing for an EIR because I believe we need an EIR. We don't really need an EIR. We need Union and Clark addressed. Yeah, I see you, man. Just keep your hand down. I know you're there. I'll call you if I need you, okay? Yeah, this project is, it's not that it's just not going to work for the people at Avocado Acres. It's not going to work for the people at whatever we're calling this project. Yep, keep your hand down. Don't worry, I know you're there. I'll call you in a minute, okay? I'm just flabbergasted that we're going to spend a bunch of money, a bunch of your money to fix this stupid roundabout that nobody goes down to unless they're lost. I keep imagining there's got to be a better way to get people out of this project along Union. I don't think Clark, I don't see very much we can do on that one. But Union's got space. I mean, it's an old school road. It's very similar to my road. It makes me think of, there's, what am I thinking of? Up on, there's, what was the other one we were going to take down a bunch of trees over in, Yeah, Crest. Thank you very much. Momentarily brain fart, but yeah, it's, we don't want to be willy-nilly widening this thing to 50 feet. I don't think that's required. We don't need a bunch of fancy sidewalks and curbs and gutters. We need to preserve, this will preserve our community character, not by paving it all, but we can improve it, and we should improve it before this project goes in. It should be, and honestly, quite frankly, I think it should be on your head, this one. I think we should kick in, but the 10% donated to a fund to eventually build a DG pathway along Union in 2045 when we finally build a bridge across the highway. It's no help. It's no help. It's not what we need. And I don't know. Do you guys got anything? You make me happy. Come on up here. Let's hear what you got to say.
Thank you so much, Chair.
I'd let
Really
you up here
appreciate
eventually,
it.
right?
Yeah, and I think once again, Brian Arlino, Pascal Etzer and Associates, thank you for letting us speak. I think part of the challenge is this site requires access. Unfortunately, our access is primarily going to be Union, and will always be Union. We're not here debating whether or not this should be an R30 site tonight. We are stating that our fire access, our legal safe access, is going to be Union. It's the only road that is paved over 24 feet from a road to the site. That's going to be the primary access. I cannot ask the client to propose helicopters in and out of this site for our site to have access and not cars. It doesn't work that way. Our legal access will always be Union. And we understand that Union's difficult. It's an impacted street. It's a fairly rural street. It's part of the character of it. It's part of the reason why people like living on it. And we're not Carlsbad. We're not going to pave 56 feet with like sidewalks on both sides and it be something counter to the character of Encinitas. And so if that is what the community wants, we can go and do eminent domain and run all the way down the street, cut out all the people's improvements and encroachments in the right-of-way. Fire can help us with anything that's illegal. We can eliminate parking. We can do all of that. That is not something we're necessarily opposed to if it provides us access that's legal and safe to the commission. The problem is, though, that's counter to the spirit of Encinitas. It's basically, we want our cake and eat it too. We want to be able to access our site, and we want to preserve the character of the community. So, it's no Carlsbad. So the fun part about this is we need to work together to figure out how you all can understand that this is our access, and outside of an off-ramp on the 5, that's how we're going to get in and out. Now, to that end, we can't like the EAR, there's no nexus to create like anything CEQA related that triggers it. And if you feel that it is absolutely required, please vote and please deny us on that ground. Because actually, there's no way an EIR will get triggered. It's unfortunate your CEQA consultant for the city is no longer here, because he would attest to this as well. And I can't ask Andrew on necessarily to attest to it either. The truth of the matter is, we're not going to be doing an EIR. This is our access, and the circulation's awful. I get it. Like, it's probably way too many trips to put on one street. But we also have a traffic analysis that is entirely safe, because it does not trigger any sort of actually mitigable effect, because that's our access. When was your traffic study done? And it was actually so to that end, we need to find a way in and out of our site.
When was it done?
And so I would ask you that you vote based on the merits of the project. We think it's a quality project. It meets every zoning requirement. It meets the general plan. It meets the intent of the state law. We could put another 100 units in there, but as a good neighbor, they're not. So I would like you guys to all consider the fact that this is one way in, one way out. State law meets the code. So please consider that vote, and please know that an EIR is not going to be warranted. So
Cool.
I'm happy to answer more questions. Thank you.
Well, don't worry, I bet you'll make yourself known.
Kevin, two things. Do we need a vote to extend past 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah, we should.
And are we going to vote to extend past 10 o'clock?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll,
I can answer that.
can you wait just a moment? We're in procedural point here. So we are coming up on 10 o'clock. Are we, do I have a motion to extend this meeting?
So moved to extend to 10:30?
Yeah, I was going to say 10:15.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. I'll vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we've got, okay. I'm probably the one who's not able to. Thank you.
Kevin, just if I could play off something you suggested,
Shoot.
which
Go for it.
I agree with you that improving the cul-de-sac with a sidewalk to nowhere and, like no one's turning right there, no one, that would be, I could see if the developer were to take those funds and apply those to something else at the intersection or somewhere else where that money could be more impactful in a positive way. Now, I don't know that a stop sign is particularly the issue here. It's all about width, right? So I don't know that I like that as a strategy, I should say. I don't know that there's a practical way of really allocating those funds and just saying, instead of doing this street improvement in front of your property, do this other little thing, off your property. You can't buy property, or you can't extend or widen roads as easily.
Yeah, well, we seem to have a
Well,
reason.
one thing we could do is we could
You can put your hand down. I'm going to call you in a few
ask
minutes.
the developer to meet with the community to work out about ingress and egress. I mean, the community seemed very willing to have affordable housing in their neighborhood, and they just want it to work. They want it to be safe, and they want it, and they want to feel safe, and they want the community character to be preserved in terms of the circulation. So maybe the designers, the project applicant, and the community members could meet, and they could actually sit down together and say, hey, what is it you really want here? What's not working? Why? Maybe if they can do that, they could work something out. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a couple of, I've left public comment open. There's a couple of people I wanted to ask questions of. Craig Sherman, are you still here? Yeah, come on up to the podium, please. Help me understand a little bit your reasoning on the Subdivision Map Act.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. There's 6 lots involved.
building across, we're counting 6 lots, okay? So it's the gerrymandering of the additional 2, if you will. The argument that there's a waiver or concession, as it may be, only as to setback to build across the property line, the fact is that this is a 6-lot project. They're only picking 4 to consolidate, and we said they're cheating on the other 2 because an objective law is you can't build across a property line. I don't think it's just a setback question. I don't have that code for you, but I think that's why they're not consolidating it. Then there's the question of, well, if they didn't have 6, they don't really need to consolidate any of the lots. Well, that's not the project before you. As Anna said, that's a different calculus. We don't know what the density is. It's a different application. So interesting concept in theory, but, it's not a what if.
Cool.
The project that's before you is this one. It's 6 lots.
That's what I need to hear from you. Thank you, Craig.
And that would implicate CEQA, obviously.
I'd like to hear Gene Chapo, former planning commissioner, I know has some thoughts here, and I would like to hear them.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Got
200, roughly 200 units, about 1,000 square feet apiece, and rough construction numbers of $300 a square foot brings you to $60 million. The answer to how we're going to deal with the circulation is where it's going to fail is the intersection of Union Street and Saxony. The cost of signalizing in intersection like that is somewhere in the neighborhood of $250,000. That's chump change. Insist on some kind of mitigation at that intersection, and you're going to go a long ways towards helping the project work.
Thank you very much. Question for the applicant. Come on up here. How much are you spending on fixing that roundabout and putting in a nice little sidewalk to nowhere?
I don't know exactly what the cost of the roundabout improvement was. Fire department required the widening of the cul-de-sac. The staff required the completion of the frontage. When we talk about this project, just if I may backtrack for a second, this project is CEQA exempt, and I think as Brian Ardolito pointed out, there will not be an EIR for this project. Despite that, we did every study the city asked us to do, every single study that was requested of us, from traffic through greenhouse gas. We did every study that would have been required under an EIR, but for the EIR in the public process. So every study was done and completed. We have, Commissioner Ryan, the answer to the circulation issues is found in the traffic study. So we have a traffic study that applies objective standards done by a traffic engineer who has done dozens of projects for this city, done the engineering for them, approved by staff. There's no holes in the traffic study. It's a clear objective standard, and that's what this commission is required to apply, a clear objective standards to the project.
Well, there is flaws, though, in the traffic study. The traffic study the data was drawn during after the lockdown just started.
And where'd you learn that? That's not true. I'll tell you. I won't leave you hanging on that one.
Hold on,
the data, the study was done in 2021, and it was adjusted to pre-COVID levels. Read the study. It's in the study.
Got it right here. I've read all 774 pages.
You missed that part.
I'm not going to debate this with you right now. So have a seat. Thanks.
Well, whether your traffic study is pertinent doesn't really affect community character regarding the circulation, which was the issue the community member brought up, is that the circulation for them violated community character, and they don't feel safe.
Yeah.
So because the California League of Cities tells us that community comment is a finding, my finding was based on primarily community comment, and the circulation does seem substandard, even for my training as an architect.
So I just want to make sure that the commission is clear, is that you need to be applying objective standards. So we need to, when analyzing the project, you need to look at standards that already exist and that we can point to those specific standards and they're objective.
And community character does not apply anymore. It's
Correct.
here,
We did have the circulation policy 2.4 for from the community member.
So the question is whether that is an objective standard. And yes, there is 2.4 that talks about community character. I don't have it in front of me, but it speaks in general terms, but it doesn't, but you need to apply standards that are clear and objective. If it requires a subjective analysis as something better or worse, that's not an objective standard.
Well, I'm not really prepared to make any motion on this. Anyone else? Yeah. Sorry, guys, we are going to close public comment. This is going to get spin out of hand otherwise.
Susan, I'm not sure that that standard, as I heard it read earlier tonight, applies in my mind. It seemed to be saying that community character and the pedestrian would supersede or be primary to the circulation of cars. And so actually enforcing a neighborhood like this, saying we would rather have this character instead of going through and widening all the roads. But as it's being applied, as I hear it tonight, it's implying that unless you can widen the road somehow, not destroy community character, I don't see how it applies. I think it was saying pedestrians and existing character have primacy over widening roads. And everything I hear tonight leads to saying we need to be widening all the roads out there.
It's got to be safe and it's not safe.
So here's an
Well,
example
not
of an
adding
objective
on
standard.
roads that are substandard anyway, not adding to substandard roads.
Examples.
It's okay that we have a lot of substandard roads. We were incorporated in 1986 with what we had. It wasn't like we could magically wave a wand and all the road problems would be fixed when we incorporated. But we don't have to build new stuff on roads.
But I don't think
they are
that's how
better.
that I don't think that's how that standard that you're quoting reads. It's not saying don't add any more development unless you can widen the roads. It's saying keep the roads narrow and give primacy to pedestrians and community character. To me, it seems, I empathize that it seems like a terrible road to have access from. But I don't think we get to control that. Every lot requires access to a public right-of-way. They have access to a public right-of-way. They don't really get to control how wide that access, the right-of-way is east of their property. I don't see a trigger that would trigger CEQA. I think it is by right as under the density bonus laws. I do think that they've done a lot of the studies that are kind of part of an EIR, but it stops short of really doing circulating an EIR and all that. But I see this as kind of a by right project. The state has come in and said, if in effect, city, if you had been better at providing affordable housing in the past, we wouldn't be in a position where we have to cram it all down your throat now. But right now, I don't think there's any project there that anybody's going to really love. But we said we're going to put housing here. We owe at least 165 houses here.
Yeah, I just feel there should be.
Chair, if I may interject, if you give me 1 minute, I think I have an idea that you can discuss a little bit further that might help.
Thank you, Abe.
I just checked with Andrew. So, as I mentioned earlier, we do have a classification for Union that calls for a way wider road that I think we agree that we don't want to get there. We don't want to get to a 38-footer, 40-footer pavement width and 5 feet of sidewalk concrete on each side. Although our 1995 classification of road and our existing street design guideline calls for such cross-section, we know we don't want to get there. At the same time, I'm hearing from the residents and I'm hearing from the commission that we feel like what we have right now does not suffice for adding 199 units. What if, and I heard from the developers team that they are willing to contribute if the residents are on board with changing the look of the road. We can't have it both ways. If we believe Union does not work the way it is, we know we want the development to happen. We have it on our books. It's in our housing. If the developer is willing to contribute to improve the roadway, not to the 50 feet full paved double-sided sidewalk, but something interim to add a DG path, improve the road, add one side a curb, at least clarify, okay, this side is to park, this side is not to park. Some sort of an interim improvement to Union that would improve the circulation on that side. And I heard the developer's engineer that said they are willing to do that if the residents are on board. I do know, I'm not 100%, but I'm 99% sure that we do have the right-of-way, so we don't need acquisition. It would boil down to the residents on that street to basically change their fences and their front yards. There are encroachments there, so it's the right of way. That I don't really think the developer would need to purchase property, or they don't have to go through. The city doesn't have to go eminent domain or acquisition or anything. The property is there. The right of way line, we do have it. It's just a matter of cleaning it up and building a road that will satisfy the residents. And if the developer, again, this is something that was not obviously in their conditions. It was the 10.9%. But if the developer is willing to make it happen, the city can work with them to come up with a cross-section that would make the residents happy. And because the CIP budget that the city does not allow to do that. But if the developer is willing to build it, we can work with them. I thought this can be an interim solution to make things happen.
That's, thank you for sharing that. Mostly I want Union improved, and I don't want it improved to 50 feet. I think that's absurd. Ideally, I'll get that signalized intersection at Saxony, because I think that's really required. It's a bit of a stretch to get that all from this developer, but yeah, I would
I'm
like
sorry,
to see-
since you brought up the
Or maybe
signal
a
on record.
rotary is the answer at Union Saxony.
Adding a signalized intersection is a very, very clear technical warrant analysis. A traffic signal is not at my discretion, it's not at the city council's discretion. It has to follow our national standard, our state standard, California METCD. There are 9 warrants. You have to check them one by one, and if you meet them, then you can put a signal. An unwarranted traffic signal is a recipe for disaster. The city can be liable for any kind of collision that happens, any rear end, any kind of a situation that happens there. If you put a unwarranted signal at a location, there are multiple concerns with that. So I won't go as far as
What kind of studies required for something like that, Abe?
for a traffic signal.
Yeah.
So some of the warrants that comes into mind is the 1 hour volume of the different legs of the intersection, the 4 consecutive hours, the 8 consecutive hours, the number of pedestrians, the adjacent traffic signal, the number of pedestrians, the number of students, a number of school activity around. There are 9 clear warrants, and there are diagrams and charts, and the consultant can, it can be done, but you usually want to have the development get those extra numbers to be able to warrant it. With provisional numbers, it's almost impossible to warrant a signal. I don't see a version which a study right now, without having those extra numbers, even, virtually calculating like assumptions and latent demands and even with those numbers, it won't warrant a signal. A stop sign, obviously, after the development is built, the traffic division can evaluate, and if it warrants a always stop control, we can convert it to a always stop. It doesn't need to be a condition. The traffic commission and the city council, based on our evaluation, can always determine a stop sign is needed, and we can go in 3 days after the development is open and add a always stop control there.
I didn't hear that. Yeah.
I'm talking about freeway stop control,
right now.
stopping Saxony. But the signal, it's not something that, well, I guess you can condition it, but it won't be supported by the staff.
Fair enough.
So I have a question. So Abe was going to hate me for saying this word. What about traffic circle? Like what's necessary for that?
You mean building a circle at the intersection of Saxony and Union?
Union, yes.
Yeah, that, I don't know what the right-of-way is over there, and probably 3-4 different properties would have to be touched to, it's pretty narrow there.
Could you suggest what you think the width of Union would be east towards Saxony that would satisfy, 2 lanes of traffic and a
Yeah, I mean, again, I would be, guessing right now, doing the math, on dice. But if I wanted to just guess, I would say we usually want 20 feet for our fire and for clean circulation and 8 feet for parking. So that would be 28 feet of pavement width. And depending on what other design, if we want to have a DG path on one side and nothing on the other side, do we want that 8-foot parking to be immediately in front of people's front yards and driveways, or we want to have some shy distance between the cars parked for there's doors to open from one side? So that it all depends on how you want to, but the 28 is what you need. How much it's going to be from the frontage of these side properties on Union, that's something that we have to evaluate a little bit more. But that's my guess. If I wanted to guess, I'd get 28 feet of pavement with whatever DG and
Maybe what we
edge
can do
area.
is ask for some representatives of the community to meet with staff and the developer.
Yeah, because from what I'm hearing now, the developer, you seem open to something along here, right? Now, I know you've spent a lot of money to be here tonight. Every time you show up here, it's going to cost. If we were to continue this to a date certain of August 18th, our next regular meeting, do you think that would give us time to work out a compromise on this? Because right now, whatever the vote is, I'm not going to be voting yes on this project as it's in front of me.
Speaking on behalf of the developer,
Move to continue.
Pull the mic.
Oh, sorry. We actually request you vote. We are paying $500,000 worth of traffic impact fees. We're improving our frontage. There's 28 feet of pavement right now. We're paying our fair share of improvements all the way to Saxony. So everything you're asking us to do, we're doing, and then some. So we'd actually, instead of negotiating whose fence gets chopped down or whose landscaping gets ripped out, we request you vote because we are doing everything you're asking us to do and are willing to work with engineering staff during CDs. So,
Okay, fair enough.
So I think earlier, did you have a comment earlier, the lawyer?
So as far as standards, if you're going to, when determining how you're going to vote, you need to be considering whether what they're proposing to do is in violation of existing objective standards. And if they are, then you should vote it down. Otherwise, you should approve it.
I'll make a motion. I'd make a motion to approve the project, subject to the developer paying their fair share towards improvements along Union.
So to me, well, if there's no second, then I won't comment. It's just not clear to me what the fair share is. I think, what do you
Maybe
mean by
that's erroneous, meaning if it's already baked into
Okay. So it'd be-
resolution, then
Okay.
it doesn't need to be repeated.
Well, I think we could go ahead and we could make a motion where it's subject to the condition that the developer, community members, and staff meet together to work out the specific circulation issue that is causing problems.
It's got no teeth, unfortunately. I mean, I would be willing to have less improvements done on this roundabout and giving us, right now, we've got a little DG path going around to the roundabout to nowhere. If the fire department needs it, they don't need a DG path around the outside. They just need a roundabout of a certain width. I believe that's correct. We got fire here, right? I want to see you know, we are going to approve a project here, whether tonight or some other night. But, you know, I feel that this is going to be a disaster. Unless we do something along Union. And, you know, it's, I don't know.
Then make a motion to deny it.
Yeah, I really think
I haven't done that yet.
one way or another,
Yeah.
they need to
Sitting here all
work
night
with the
sounds-
community.
Well, I'll make a substitute motion that we instead deny this project based on the fact, several. One, the outreach was entirely inadequate. We have a predominantly Spanish-speaking neighborhood, and there was no Spanish-speaking outreach. I have dueling lawyer opinions here, but I see 6 lots in one project as being a subdivision. And that's it. Those were the 2 things that I would deny on. And so we got 2 motions out there, no second on either of them.
So my problem with yours, Kevin, is I don't understand how how it's an objective standard.
Well, the CPP, the community involvement insists on outreach, and we basically didn't, you know, I say the applicant did not do their due diligence here. I mean, we have so many Spanish speakers. There was no Spanish-speaking outreach on this project at all. And I even missed it starting this thing off. I mean, I don't know how, you know, I imagine were there better outreach in Spanish, we would have more native Spanish speakers here in the audience. I mean.
Is that listed as a requirement of the CPP plan to issue the notice in Spanish? I mean, from an applicant standpoint, he followed the rule of the.
Yeah, I don't know. This was, you know, it's
Well, we could
it's an
continue
aggregating
until such
factor.
time
I'd
as
say
there's
the primary
outreach
reason
to
I would vote to
Spanish-speaking.
deny is that I actually, from my reading, and I see this as this attempt to avoid a subdivision was improper. And I see this as a subdivision. And that's the motion I'll make on this one. You don't have to second it if you don't want, but that's my motion.
You repeat your motion?
My motion is to deny this project based on the fact that since it incorporates 6 lots into one project, it is in violation of the, one moment, and I'll have it here in front of me. In violation of the California Subdivision Map Act. And it's aggregated by the fact that the outreach was inadequate. Not my best motion, but that's what I got.
Okay, I'll second.
Any discussion, or should we go to a vote?
We're voting on that motion as stated. Based on the subdivision.
So a yes vote is a motion to deny.
If I may interject, I
Yes,
apologize. So before you have a resolution of approval, so we would need to either come back with the resolution of denial, or we can make clear what your recommendation of denial is, and then it would be denied officially today. So it's whether or not we come back with the resolution of denial on the 18th or not.
Okay, I think, I mean, I could try and phrase it out nicer, but honestly, it's a very short motion.
Yes, at this time, I see that it is to deny the project based. based on that there are 6 lots incorporated into one project, which is in violation of the Subdivision Map Act, and I would further state its
Oh, yes, so I'm
sections.
making a finding that this is a subdivision and therefore requires an EIR.
But I think Anna should be able to make, or the staff should be able to make that resolution without coming back to the future hearing.
I agree.
Thank you. And you, to be clear, you want to make as part of the record that the outreach was insufficient. Is that part of the motion as well?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I can't remember to add them all. This is the motion on the floor. Vote your heart. Thank you, everyone, for your participation here. I'm betting you'll have another chance at City Council before too long. Holy cow. We're not going to have any breaks here. Let me see what I got in my script. Yeah.
Always enjoy coming in.
We'll, should I recess it for 5 minutes? We'll be out of here. Let's see what I got here. Folks, if you can take your conversations outside, we still have a meeting to conclude here. Your work tonight is done, but ours still continues.
No, it's anybody who goes from south to north. It would just be motion.
So anybody could turn.
5-minute recess.
Yeah, because originally we were hoping to work hard and it'd be both meetings, but fire. So, yeah.
People, please, we've got a meeting that ends in
We still
5
have a-
minutes and we still have things to accomplish. Take it out to the hallway. Woo-hoo! Hallway.
Like morning trips.
All right. Do I have any future items added by the Planning Commission? Woo-hoo! Commissioners. Don't worry, let's just ignore them for now. Do we have any future items from the Planning Commission? None? We do have Planning Commission reports. Susan, I know, has the ECR report, and I had the native plant policy. I don't know. We've got 3 minutes. So Susan, do you want to wait 2 weeks and do it then?
Yeah, I have planning commissioner report.
I mean, do you want to do it tonight, or do you
Are you
want to
up
do
to
it? We got 3 minutes left before, otherwise we need to extend again.
We're running out of time. Do you want to just do your report
Next time? Okay.
Okay. Both Susan and myself have Planning Commission reports to make. Susan on the El Camino Real and myself on the native plant policy. We are going to instead give those reports on the 18th. Anna, Secretary reports.
I do not have any items.
Wow, what the heck? I'm going to adjourn this meeting to our next regular Planning Commission of August 18th. Thank you, everyone. Jeez Louise, man.